Was
Oh,
on this day.
wow.
A couple of reasons. One of the many Taylors of Duran Duran's birthday today.
One of the Taylors?
There are lots of
Somebody
Taylors.
Taylor?
Somebody Taylor.
You mean the people who make their clothing?
No.
Huh?
The last name Taylor. There's a Y instead of I.
I thought it was the person who did alterations on their sparkly shirts.
And women of a certain age will be thrilled to hear Duran Duran leads the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame fan vote for the class of 2022 by a wide margin, with less than a week left for fans to cast their ballots. They have amassed almost 1 million fan votes at the time of this writing, it says, leading the pack. A distant second place. Eminem. You would think Eminem would not be a distant second place.
Gina, how do you vote?
Let's see. How do you vote? I think you just...
How did you do it? How did you vote?
I didn't vote. I should go vote right now.
Well, it's your obligation as a woman of a certain age, isn't it?
Pat Benatar's in third place, Eurythmics in fourth place, and Dolly Parton, who said, "I don't want to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of
Carrie,
Fame."
I think it's up to us to start voting and get Pat Benatar up there. Come on. Let's hit her with our best shot. Come on. You can always count on Gina picking Duran Duran when there's any excuse.
Well, there were two reasons today.
But you won't play my favorite Duran Duran song ever.
We always play your favorite.
We don't.
Carrie.
We have played Union of the Snake a couple of times.
No,
it's Wild Boys,
Oh,
and we
it's
played.
Wild Boars?
I think we played it once.
No, that is not true.
Just as it's not true that I hate every song. You hate every song we play.
And to go back to Pat Benatar, she should absolutely be in the Rock and Roll
Well, of
Hall
course she
Fame.
should.
Why?
Why?
I never cared for her.
It's not about caring for her. She is a very successful woman in rock music that should be honored for such.
She's on a Disneyland ride.
She is.
She is?
Guardians of the Galaxy ride. You know, when you're riding the elevator.
Yeah.
It's one of the 5 songs that gets rotated.
Really?
I don't know the other 4 because the 4 times that I've been on the ride, it's always been Pat Benatar. Hit me with your best
Is
shot.
it Hell is for Children?
I wish.
Because that'd be great. That'd be great on the Disneyland ride. Pat Benatar, Hell is for Children, once again. Duran.
She should be on.
Actually, I don't terribly hate that song. I Don't Want Your Love. I like it when they go, pick it up now.
I just picked that one because this one we hadn't heard in quite a while. So
It was enjoyable.
It says the video was produced by the Molotov brothers.
Now, Carrie, I won't be excuse-meing you.
Excuse me.
That I probably should mention before somebody else does.
What?
That Roger Taylor didn't play on that song. But it's
he
okay.
didn't? Oh.
It's okay. It was because there were 2 reasons to open with Duran Duran, and
we're
that
going
song
with the
could
other
be
one.
for the other reason.
Okay.
Gina, I don't think anybody else would. I don't think anybody would correct Harry on that because really you're the only person
Women
who knows or
age
cares.
Care.
I don't.
Ordinary woman.
Well, now why wasn't he on that one? Were they fighting?
He left for a time. There was a
They were fighting.
Rehab.
There was a
He was
there
in
was a
rehab.
break. He took a break.
He was in rehab.
He came back.
He was in the Bahamas getting his blood changed.
He left for.
Well,
a minute.
I have to admire the women of a certain age who have rallied to get Duran Duran into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
It's because women of a certain age are on their phones all the time.
It's surprising that they have that much energy, isn't it? I mean, that's really what's surprising about it.
We've got that menopause energy, and we're
menopause energy.
I've got to put down my chocolates and vote for Duran Duran.
Well, no, you wake up in the middle of the night with the hot flashes, and you're up already.
Don't talk to me about that.
Oh, well, you want to do this now, or do you want to save a special place for it?
We'll talk about it later. But
okay. We got the 7:00 break. We could do that there.
I'm sick.
Yeah. Bill's still
That's why I'm
still
home. And I will remain home until further notice. They have wrapped my house in cellophane. I'm under a dome. They won't let me
Bill's
out.
in the dome.
I'm in the dome. They won't let me out.
Dome.
I mean, I wanted to come in there
Nope.
and share the
You
goodness.
are not welcome.
I
You
know.
are not welcome.
It's like being a vampire, you know. We will not invite you
Nope.
in. Anyway, I'll tell you about it coming up. Yeah, it pisses me off. Anyway, how are you guys? You guys okay? That's kind of what I sound like.
Bill couldn't go to the Under the Banner of Heaven premiere last night because
No.
he was sick.
That's already causing
A stir.
stuff. The Deseret News has written about it, and
Scott Pierce reviewed it, and I think he liked it.
Yeah,
he did. I read his review. He liked it. It's difficult to comment on because I haven't seen it, so probably shouldn't do that.
We were invited to the premiere. I immediately said no because I saw it was on a work night.
Which is
I was-
hard.
Why they can't do these kind of things on the weekend? But
Well, they can't accommodate our schedule.
I know.
Yeah, and I was gonna go. I was, but I've gotten sick, and so I sent Lindsay he says, if you can't go, let us know because
Someone will want your spot.
tickets are at a premium. So I don't know who went in my place, but I hope you're satisfied. I hope you're grateful.
And if it makes the LDS people feel any better, who are going to be upset about this.
Here's some help from a Catholic
Well,
for you.
no, this is what I'm going to say. Catholics, we have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of movies and TV shows showing how horrible the Catholic Church has been throughout the many more.
Catholics!
Many more.
The cruelty of the Catholics over the centuries
So-
is unbounded.
So don't let this worry you so much, because
Even my favorite superhero, Catholicism weighs heavy in the storyline.
see.
Oh man.
So you look into any religion closely enough, there's stuff there that
There's
you'd
stuff.
rather not know.
You don't have to even look very hard.
No.
Some of it's right
there.
out there. in the
Usually it's
open.
there every Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you got a last minute invitation to the premiere of Under the Banner of Heaven last night, if you got a last minute invitation, I would like you to please call me and thank me for being sick.
If you got a phone call saying we didn't think we had one available, but Bill Allred canceled.
Actually, I'd like to hear from people who went.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you went to
I'd love
see
to,
it.
to find out what you thought of it.
877-602-9696 would be the number you could call if perchance you went to Under the Banner of Heaven premiere last night and then had the fortitude to get up early. Unlike us, we would not.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to do that. But 877-602-9696, or you can text us 33986, or you can just check in with us 877-602-9696. We love to hear from you in the morning.
Coming up, stand by for all of that. Let's see. Oh, brooklinen.com. Nice. Get up in the morning, wrap yourself in that Brooklinen bath towel after you get out of the shower, and that Brooklinen bathrobe. Nice. After a night of sleeping with the windows open in those Brooklinen sheets. It's wonderful. Don't miss out. Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year is here. Now, if you're listening to this after the sale, because podcast, you can still save. Visit brooklinen.com. Use the promo code X96 for $20 off your purchase of $100 or more. Now, this is the Brooklinen birthday sale. It's their 8th birthday. The makers of the Internet's favorite sheets, giving you, the customers, the gift of savings and their biggest sale of the year. This birthday sale, definitely something you want to be excited to take advantage of. The sheets, the towels, the bathrobes, the weighted blankets. Oh, you love the weighted blankets. They have these silk eye masks. They have pillowcases. They got something for everybody, and you're going to save an awful lot. So don't miss out on Brooklinen's biggest sale of the year. It is here. Go to BROOKLINEN.com and use the promo code X96.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
I've got a.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How
I've
else
got
do
a,
they end up
I
at
went
the
right to dead
what's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? I know that is a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were. I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of they're plastic, but they're meant to be. You can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue, clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
what I thought.
they're
It
red.
seems to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were. Yeah. It was,
And was he excited about the clown shoes?
well, thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law: that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
You
would
have
stay
to.
home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock, authorities would come and knock on your door dressed as clowns and say,
Clown check.
Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're
see-
going to clown jail.
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality. And that's why
the Constitution is suspended for
one day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
Why
can-
you won't do it?
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and
Really?
everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question:
Yes.
what about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled. If you've ever met a bunch of
uppity
people that are up,
Surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could. You'd maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that.
All right.
I think I'm gonna. You elect me. You elect me the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
That's well. You'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right.
no clowning around. All right.
That's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in. Okay, 6:20. Let's get this over with.
It's time to officially begin the program?
Yes.
All right, we'll do that, and then we'd like to have your check-ins at 877-602-9696. If you happen to have been at the premiere of Under the Banner of Heaven last night, where they showed a couple of episodes of the soon-to-be-released FX series. Or if you've read the book, you can check in with us. 877-602-9696. You can also text 33986.
The Young Automotive Group is locally owned, has 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
The moon is a waning crescent moon. Now it's getting very close to being gone. 19.2% of full. The next full moon we'll have is next month, May 15th, as a matter of fact. The moon will set today at 4:09 p.m. Today being Tuesday. It's the 26th day of April in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And if everything goes just right for this morning show, in 1 week, Musk will be out and you'll be listening to the new owners of Twitter. Yes, we're Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Tweet Crazy Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer. She's running the show with the precision of a fine Swiss watch. And helping her out in the producer's booth, Miriam and Cameron Diaz in there as well.
She looks like a Swiss Miss today, too. She's got the double braids.
Haven't seen her. Maybe she can come in and I can get a gander at her. Because I'm home and you're not.
Good.
Yeah, and you think that is you'd like to be home, wouldn't you?
I would.
But not because of the reason I'm home.
No. I would just like to be home because it's the right thing to do. That's why I would like to be home.
Let's see. We got a tote bag if you want to check in. 877-602-9696.
They're very nice, those Radio from Hell tote bags. You could carry a big banner in it.
Mm-hmm. One from
Heaven?
Under? I don't know. Johnny B checking in. I'm tired of the world. Also, this week marks a year that I quit the hospital.
What was Johnny B doing at the hospital?
It's not my gombu. It's not like I started this. I mean, come on.
C. Hess here. Two things. Firstly, continuing to pray for the men, women, and children of Ukraine. May peace continue to be the winning factor throughout the world.
Yes.
And lastly, I'll be having my first experience with root canal months after having my wisdom teeth removed. Wish me luck, guys.
Good luck.
Boy.
Root canals are fun.
It depends on, root canals depend on how skilled the person doing them is.
That's really it.
I have had a couple of root canals from people that it almost killed me.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Carroll, our good friend at Brighton Dentistry, has done a couple, and it's like, what, it's over?
That's it?
Yeah.
If offered, ask for the gas.
Yeah.
If not offered, ask for the gas.
And
Always gas.
if you just had your wisdom teeth removed, that's way worse.
It is, yeah. Not a cat checking in.
Not a cat.
How do you identify a bald eagle?
I don't know.
Look for the comb over. Okay.
A dad joke. We got a dad joke from Not a Cat.
Nurse Christopher checking in, about to add to the nursing shortage and go back to school.
Really?
I just got accepted to grad school at Weber State, working toward my Doctor of Nursing practice.
Congratulations. Yeah, there is a nursing shortage.
Yeah, I heard the headlines talking about the nursing shortage. It says, well, it started before the COVID, and it was a combination of something and low pay. And I went, well, I think maybe there's your answer.
It's low pay.
It's low pay, and they're treated terribly.
And
How
long
about that?
hours.
Yes.
And doctors are condescending jerks.
Mm-hmm. Teacher Emily checking in, read the book a few years ago. I've been looking forward to the series.
Oh, Under the Banner of Heaven.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Nobody calling, though.
No.
877-602-9696.
Billy is a bubble boy today, poor lad.
In the bubble. Wasn't that John Travolta,
Yes.
the boy in the bubble?
Yes, it was
like
terrible.
one of his early TV roles.
Terrible. It was
really awful.
It was a made-for-TV movie.
Yeah.
He was just a boy
Terrible.
in a bubble.
Who else was in that, Gina? Come on.
Was there anybody else famous in that? Let me look.
It could be Pam Dauber, maybe. That was just a
look.
wild guess.
Boy in the bubble.
I don't know why I remember that. And then, of course, Seinfeld did a whole thing about the boy in the bubble, right?
It's Moops. That's where that comes from.
Yeah.
Making the bubble boy a jerk was a brilliant stroke.
Yep.
I love that.
Robert Reed's in it. Mr. Brady's in it.
Robert Reed.
And your favorite Bill, P.J. Souls, is in it.
Oh, I love her.
I know. That's why I said your favorite, P.J. Souls.
You know what Robert Reed is really famous for on TV. So he was the dad on what?
Brady Bunch.
Brady Bunch. Mm-hmm. But Robert Reed was on Medical Center. Chad Everett, I think, that show, and he played a person who got who was transsexual and got the operation.
Oh, they were grooming early on, were they?
To transition from man to a woman, and it was a 2-part episode, and he was. I mean, it was kind of brave for him to do that, and I think he finally came out as gay at some point in his career, but
Toward the end,
yeah. But he was when he was a woman. So the first part it was getting ready for the transition, and then the second part he transitioned and you'd see him as a woman. He was just terrible. It was just so hokey. You should watch it sometime. He's wearing a dress and a wig and just.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Is here. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up with you?
Just on the way to work, I listen to you guys on the way. I always enjoy what you're talking about or whatnot.
Hey,
Thank you.
What's you're on your way to where? What's your work?
I work for a company in Ogden that makes a bunch of different kinds of pills. NutriCorp.
Okay.
Yeah, I've heard of them. If you could you give me some pills at some point?
Bill just likes random pills.
Yeah, just random pills. I don't care.
I'm not surprised.
Would you like a tote bag to put pills in to bring to Bill? That would make it easier to bring him.
You can put a lot of fish oil in these bags.
Sure.
Right.
Hang on the line. We'll have Katie get some
And
information.
thanks for listening to us on your way to work. I'm glad you enjoy it.
All right.
Yeah.
Hang on the line. Let's go. Let's see. Let's take Brian. We went from Ryan to Brian.
Oh, Brian.
Hello there. How are you guys?
Fine. What's up? What are you doing?
I am traveling to work. I work at Amazon. Been there for 2 years, so I'm working hard for Jeff Bezos.
2 years?
thanks.
I didn't think anybody worked for Amazon for longer than a year.
I come from a military family, so I got to work hard for what I want.
Okay, good for you.
All right.
Anything else?
No, I just wanted to let everybody know that's traveling northbound that they are stopping traffic for a lot of traffic signs that are on the freeway. So just keep a lookout for that and drive safe, everybody. And I also want to wish my mom a happy 60th birthday.
What's your
her
mom's name?
Her name is Sylvia.
Sylvia.
Happy
Great
Happy Mom's Day, Sylvia.
Happy birthday, Sylvia.
Birthday, yeah.
Hang
Happy
on.
Birthday.
Let's put you on hold, and we'll get you a tote bag, and you can re-gift it to Sylvia if you'd like. Hang on. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Oh, well, I don't know if this is what he was talking about, but another friend of the program says crap all over the interstate. Northbound I-15, just north of Station Park. I don't think it's actual crap. It might be.
Well,
It could just be debris of some other sort, but something in the road, northbound I-15, just north of Station Park. And that's the only thing that's being reported now, and that was reported by a friend of the program. Via text, you can do that too. 33986 is where you send it.
all right. Thank you. Okay, we will take a break. We will be back. We do have boners coming up. We've got big boy news and opinioendo, a letter from our son Kyle, Tech Talk on the way, Beat Gina coming up, all of that and more. Stand by. HasterGames.com. Of course, their location is at 6831 South State Street. They've been there for a very long time. They were doing the tabletop board game thing in Utah long before most people. And, the tabletop games are making a comeback. Not just the, Pokemon and Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons kind of stuff, but just, traditional board games. And now is the time to go down to Hastur and take a look at some. If you're unfamiliar with a board game, want to try it out, yes, you can. They have a huge selection of games that you can just open up and sit down and try out. They'll even teach you how to play them. Hastur has 2 big releases coming up this week. The Streets of New Capenna for the Magic the Gathering is releasing on Friday the 28th. They're going to have tons of product available, including draft and set booster boxes, commander decks, and much more. Also releasing on the 28th are the trial decks for Weiss Schwartz Hololive. Or is it Hololive? I don't know. Cthulhu Bob likes to throw me these things. So just, let's see if he can pronounce this. They will have multiple decks for each generation available and should be expecting the full product line very soon. Go check out all the new inventory. They're open every day. Give them a call. Let them know you said hi. 6831 South State. Hastur has it.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Moan. M-O-A-N, moan. How is this Utah word used? Well, let's find out by looking into our 2 Utah simples as they converse, one with the other. Listen carefully for the word of the day, moan.
Say there, LeGrand. I gotta say, I am impressed with you.
What? I don't know whatever you mean, LeVar. I don't think you've ever paid me one compliment in our lives. I mean, I thought you was pretty sure that you had me figured out and that there was nothing I could do, or would do for that matter, that would ever impress you. I was resigned to the cold, hard fact that I was, in your eyes, unimpressive. That I, again in your eyes, was incapable of having a moment that I could be proud of, because I knew that you was proud to have me as a friend. I mean, I never felt that you felt that I was worth, once more in your eyes, of true and honest friendship.
Well, for hell's sakes, I had no idea you was carrying around this heavy satchel of resentfulness toward me, LeGrand. I mean, you ain't the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but you're okay. I've always thought of you as a friend, in that you are the kind of person that when he needs a shovel or a rake or a lawnmower or other tools and household fixer-up items, the kind of friend that don't hesitate to borrow and then never return them items to me. You're that kind of friend.
Well...
And hence the reason I said I'm impressed with you.
What?
You have stopped your borrowing ways. You don't ask me for stuff anymore.
Well, that's right. And you know why? I went to the Ace the other day, and I bought all kinds of stuff. And now I don't need to borrow your tools. I got my own. I said to myself, LeGrand, stop your borrowing ways. And so I spent a bunch of money and got Gordon tools and household tools and the like. I got my own now.
Well, I guess you could say you've grown.
Yep, got my own. Except for a lawnmower. They're expensive. Can I borrow your lawnmower?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
we ask you to. Anytime you feel the need works. We got news coming up.
Tonight on the Channel 2 News at 10, it's Rod Decker Undercover. What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes. I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fry's. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake rock.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
$39. Big boy news and a Pinuendo now brought to you by.
For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Well, if we have time later on, I don't want to do this now, but Gina, I have a story that I know you'll want that will help you.
You're always trying to help me, thank you.
I am. And if I can't get to it on the air, because it would probably benefit a lot of other people, but you would really want this.
Okay.
If I don't have time, I'll send it to you if I don't have time.
Okay.
It's the health benefits of anchovies and how to cook with them.
Ah.
So I know that you that would really help you. So, Jon Stewart walked on stage at the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts on Sunday. Serenaded by Bruce Springsteen, covering the Beatles' Come Together in an ode to Mr. Stewart's long-held aspirations for America. Despite his career based on biting political satire, boy, that's terrible writing. The comedian and former host of The Daily Show became the 23rd recipient of the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor, one of comedy's top honors. The award had been postponed for 2 years because of the pandemic, making Mr. Stewart the first person to be honored since comedian Dave Chappelle in 2019. Stewart, who was 59 years old, was celebrated as a staple of American late-night television for 16 years, appearing weeknights behind his desk on The Daily Show, dispensing, here we go, some more writing, dispensing quick-witted takes on the news media, ripping into political punditry, mocking conservatives, and critiquing government.
And he left when we needed him most.
Yep.
Just as a side note, whenever I read something about the Kennedy Center, and it says Jon Stewart walked on stage, and this is nothing, but I mean, it's just I was on that stage. I did a performance on that stage.
Don't you know who Bill is?
At the Kennedy Center, a solo. It was an audition, and I did two 5-minute audition pieces for a bunch of directors sitting out in the auditorium, and I didn't get a job. They did not care.
Next.
Yep, did not. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I did. I one job out of 30 probably directors sitting out there. I did get one job out.
Which was what?
And again, fair.
Doing children's theater in Delaware for a summer.
There you go.
It was fun. I liked it. This is bizarre. Cary Elwes. He's he was in the Princess Bride. I don't think he's done anything else but the Princess Bride.
Sure he has. He did the Saw. He's in the Saw. That was a
but
big
nobody
movie.
mentions. They just always have to say Princess Bride actor. I think maybe they should start saying Saw actor.
Sure.
Cary Elwes. He got bit by a rattlesnake. That's weird. The bite was so serious that he needed immediate medical attention, which meant he had to be airlifted to the Ronald Reagan UCLA Medical Center.
Yeah.
The incident happened when he was gardening in or near his backyard. And I knew gardening could be dangerous.
You know what he posted?
What?
He leans in hard with the Princess Bride stuff because he knows that's all people care about.
Yeah.
And he said, "Thank you, Cary." I proffered this as an opening number today, but we didn't go that way. But he said, "No, it wasn't an ROUS.
A rodent of unusual size.
It wasn't that. It was a rattlesnake."
Yeah. Apparently it was life threatening. The poison was bad enough. It was life threatening. Although he will make a full recovery. The Princess Bride, he was great in that.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at a picture of him here with that cold fish. What's her name?
Princess Buttercup.
Yeah,
Robin Wright.
Robin Wright.
That cold fish, is that what you called her?
Yes. God, you didn't ever watch House of Cards, did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh my God. What a cold, remote human being.
But she was perfect for that role because that's what that was required there.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't know if she's like that in life.
She's good in Wonder Woman.
She was she was just a cold thing. Anyway, Cary Elwes, he looks really good, and he was good in it. I think let's get Cary Elwes some more work, shall we? Hong Kong. Beijing is racing to track a COVID-19 outbreak that may have been spreading in the capital for a week. City authorities said over the weekend, raising the prospect of more stringent restrictions to be implemented in line with other Chinese cities. Chaoyang, one of the city's largest districts, announced Sunday that it would launch 3 rounds of mass testing of those who work and live in the district, some 3.5 million residents. 3.5 million residents in a district of Beijing. That's just like a section of the city. Are there 3.5 million? There are not 3.5 million people in Salt Lake.
Nope.
I mean, that's amazing.
Yep.
The announcement came after 11 cases were detected in a 24-hour period, spiking panic buying in the district, which includes the business center and a number of foreign embassies. Elon Musk has agreed to buy Twitter, and it looks like the board has agreed to sell to Mr. Musk for $54.20 a share, a 38% premium over the company's share price this month, before he revealed that he was the firm's single largest shareholder. It would be the biggest deal to take a company private, something that Musk has said he will do with Twitter, in at least 20 years, according to data compiled by Dealogic. Free speech is the bedrock of a functioning democracy, and Twitter is the digital town square where matters vital to the future of humanity are debated, Musk said. Twitter has tremendous potential. I look forward to working with the company and the community of users to unlock its potential.
So here comes the S posting.
Hey.
We don't know how the rest of the war will unfold, but we do know that a sovereign, independent Ukraine will be around a lot longer than Vladimir Putin is on the scene. That's according to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. He said the U.S.'s continued efforts, that the U.S. continued efforts to ratchet up pressure on Putin's crumbling economy together will help weaken the Russian government's position and further isolate them from the world until Russia ends its unprovoked and unjustified war on Ukraine. The White House said Monday that Austin, that's Secretary of Defense Austin, I believe, was talking about the U.S. objective to prevent the Russian military from taking over Ukraine and described it as consistent with the administration's long-held goal. And I think it was Secretary of Austin, or it might have been Secretary of State Blinken, said Ukraine believes that they can win this conflict. And we do too. That's.
I think I heard that now that everybody's given Ukraine tanks, that they have more tanks than the Russian army now.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear that. This is just disgusting. The Utah Bar Foundation has released a new report that suggests systemic problems in the way the state handles eviction and debt collection cases.
Yep.
Which make up nearly a quarter of all civil cases in Utah district courts. And you know why they say there's a problem? Well, a study finds that sky-high interest rates for debtors, inequity in legal representation, and billions of dollars in still unsatisfied judgments against the debtors. The data suggests that these people who get in trouble with the payday loan people leave court owing more money than they did when they went to court. That just the state of Utah continues to allow payday lenders to get away with what they're doing, and they meaning the state legislature could put I'm not saying get rid of them altogether, but you could certainly put restrictions on them.
See, the problem
interest rates go a certain height and they can't go more than
the problem is that the people writing the laws also have invested in these firms. Same with the rents and everything. It's land people.
A gay BYU student shocked a packed graduation ceremony on Friday. She opened up her gown, her graduation gown, and inside she had sewn a huge rainbow flag. She did this while accepting her diploma. Again, this was at BYU. Jillian Orr walked across the stage at the Marriott Center, opened her gown to show the colors stitched inside. She said she made the gesture to protest the school's policy, which essentially bans same-sex relationships. I wanted to give message to other students that I made it through, and they can make it through.
Well done, lady.
She said. Let's see. How much time do we have here?
Oh, you're fine. A couple of minutes.
What does that mean?
A couple of minutes.
Okay. Mark Meadows, the 2,319 text messages that Mark Meadows had in his possession reveal Donald Trump's inner circle communications before and after January 6th. Messages flooded in. Mark, he needs to stop this now. Can I do anything to help? That's Mick Mulvaney, Trump's former acting White House chief of staff. It's really bad up here on the Hill. They've breached the Capitol, said Georgia Republican Barry Loudermilk. The president needs to stop this as soon as possible, Republican Representative Timmons of South Carolina. POTUS is engaging, Meadows said in response. We are doing it, he texted to Timmons, but they weren't.
No.
Thanks. This doesn't help our cause, Loudermilk said.
Yeah, that's all well and good. You're leaving out the best one. Marjorie Taylor Greene saying,
the
group has talked, and it's time for Trump to
Declare
martial law.
And she
That's
misspelled martial law.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
But then a few days ago, she testified that she didn't do that.
No.
I didn't do that.
What?
No, I don't.
We got it right here.
No, I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday, but if I asked the president to declare martial law, I'd remember that.
I'd
remember that. Yeah.
And General Motors is going to introduce a fully electric Chevrolet Corvette,
Yay.
said GM President Mark Royce. Royce didn't say when the electric Corvette would come, but he hinted a hybrid model could come relatively soon. We will offer an electrified Corvette as early as next year, he said. And excuse me. An accompanying video posted to Twitter showed what appeared to be a hybrid Corvette, which would mean it has some capacity to run on electricity, but it also has gas fuel. And in another first, it showed the front wheels spinning and throwing snow as it being powered.
You shouldn't drive the Corvette in the snow. That's not smart.
I live in Utah.
All Corvettes are rear wheel drive only.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned rear wheel drive, that's a man's car. A car, it's a woman.
I couldn't have that car.
You ladies, you can have your front wheel drive. We men, we want the rear wheel drive.
We want the impractical. That's what we want.
Power.
Today is the day that they're rolling out the F-150s.
The electric truck.
all-electric F-150 truck.
Now, what kind of man is good?
Well,
how do you
you have to
reconcile
decide
that?
because that's all they're going to be. I don't think they're going to be making combustion engine ones anymore.
I'm hanging on to my gasoline-powered F-150 forever. You ladies can have the electric one.
Apparently, this electric one can do more than the gas engine one.
Yeah, sure, but it doesn't have fumes.
Can't roll coal in that.
That's
Aw.
right. We want fumes.
Aw, I'll race you. I'll race you in my electric car. I'm not even going to waste time with those hybrids.
No.
I'm waiting for the all-electric. All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, the good news is...
Is there?
The Utah Jazz's first half Monday night was so bad, the second half couldn't possibly be worse. And the bad news is... It was worse. Is
it over?
I didn't hear the score. I didn't hear the score. What was it?
It's 102-77.
Oh, God.
That's pretty bad.
Oh, God.
So Dallas leads 3-2. They play again Thursday in Dallas.
That's not sounding good.
And Donovan Mitchell got hurt. He's having an MRI today. He says he'll be back for tomorrow's game or Thursday's game. But
so if they lose on Thursday, then it's just it's over, right?
Yeah. So there's that.
Well, you know what they say.
You suck at basketball.
Other tragedies in sports. Shailene Woodley and Aaron Rodgers' relationship has finally ended for good.
No.
To quote Taylor Swift, she's never, ever, ever getting back together, ever, ever. Shailene tried to give it another shot, was spending time with Aaron, said an insider, but she quickly saw
he's crazy.
He's crazy.
It was the mustache, wasn't it?
He's got the whole beard thing going on. So Shailene Woodley is finally done with
You
him.
lost him to the internet, Shailene. Move along.
Weather. So today, 75 for a high. Now, it's going to be cloudy. You're going to look outside and say, ooh, it looks cold out there. It's not. Just go out without a jacket. You'll be fine. And we'll just be warm, looks like, for the next few days. Next chance of showers. Thursday night, about a 40% chance. And then Friday, quite a bit cooler. We're back down in the 50s for Friday. And then sunny and warming back up for the weekend, it looks like. Traffic, let me refresh this. It's been pretty light commute so far. Northbound I-15 stop near Park Lane in Farmington. There's a semi on the right shoulder. Looks like there's debris across lanes of travel. I-15 southbound slowing because they're rubbernecking. Move along, southbound I-15. Don't stop and look. So that's a pretty serious incident there, but that's the only one that's being reported. Perhaps you would like to report something. How do you do that? Well, you text us 33986. Just make sure it's safe for you to text and send that in. The Young Automotive Group, locally owned, 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Layton.
All right, so we got a minute to kill here. We have anything? I know coming up we've got lots of concert tickets to give away. I know we got some of those Lost 80s tickets. We got some Violent Femmes tickets to give away.
I've been watching, and I watched 2 episodes of it last night. That what's it called? Outer, with James Brolin. I mean,
The Thanos hole.
Yeah, what's it called? Outer.
Josh Brolin.
Josh Brolin.
And there's a time hole in my backyard.
Yeah, Outer Banks or Outer Range. I think.
I don't know.
Anyway, it's you've been watching it, Carrie, right?
No.
Oh, you haven't?
No, folks on Geek Show have been watching it and quite liking it.
I just wonder.
Outer Range is what it's called.
Yeah, Outer Range. I'm just wondering. Does anybody have any idea what that show's about and what's going on?
Maybe you're not supposed to know yet. Maybe it's.
I could tell you.
There's been 4 episodes, I think, and it's just I said what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
What's happening?
What, Carrie?
Josh Brolin is dead, and the smoke monster doesn't mean anything.
This is not Lost.
Oh, not Penny's boat.
No. I'm afraid it's like that. It's like there's one thing that's pretty fascinating. The guy who played on Schitt's Creek, he played the gay. They got married. The blonde guy that.
The one that David married.
Yeah, that David married.
He's in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he sings popular songs a cappella, like he sings Fleetwood Mac songs, and all kinds of. He fancies himself a singer, and he's just weird and horrible. And
so are you going to keep watching it?
Yeah, I have to now. I've watched 4 episodes.
I'm committed.
I mean, what else can I do?
Imogen Poots is in it.
Yeah, Imogen. Yeah, I've never really been sure who she is because I've seen the name, Imogen Poots, and then now I see her and she's good, and she's lovely. But I don't know what it's about.
We'll keep going.
No idea.
When the plane crashed, they all died. Thanos.
It is like that. It's like that. It's like, huh?
The last shot will be Josh Brolin laying down in a field, and a dog will come up and fall asleep on his leg.
You know who the actor Will Patton is?
Series of numbers. Will Patton.
You know, if you'd know him if you saw him.
Is he Dick Van Patten's kid?
No.
I was serious.
As a matter of fact, no.
Of the acting patterns.
He's an older guy, and he is so weird in this that it's just stunning.
All right.
And Josh Brolin is the only sort of normal person in it, I think.
He's Jack.
This is not Lost.
It's Lost.
Carrie,
it's lost on a farm.
It's really not lost.
It's lost on a farm.
And there is no farm. They have a ranch.
It's Lost on a Ranch.
They have
it's lost on a ranch then.
with a South 40.
Okay.
Coming up in a minute,
yes,
we have your keyword for the $60,000 giveaway.
We better get to that.
Yeah.
KXRK Provo. Thank you.
Today, we examine another group of words used by most Utahns called L words, or words that end in ELL. And to help you with today's lesson, each time an L word is used in the following dialogue, a bell will sound. Imagine, if you will, our 2 friends, LeVar and LeGrand, together in LeVar's trailer house. The TV is on. A conversation ensues. Again, these are L words.
I love this TV show.
Yeah.
I am so glad that someone is showing the reruns of McKell's Navy.
Me too. You know, I would just love to set sail with McKell myself. Hey, you remember the one when the wacky crew of PT Boat 73 tried to save that beached well?
Yeah. They had a hard time because of this big storm.
Yeah.
Gale force winds and hail stones the size of golf balls.
Yeah, yeah.
But they saved that well anyway. McKell did not fell.
Well, no thanks to Gruber. Yeah, that was quite a tell, though. Hey, listen, give me some of them snacks, would you? I'm hungry.
Sure.
Uh-oh.
What?
Trell mix.
Yeah.
You're not going to like this, LeGrand, but Trell mix makes me thirsty for just one thing.
You're not gonna be drinking beer in front of me, are you, LeVar?
Oh, no. I'm going to have me a glass of L.
L is beer.
Yeah, but this is pretty mild. It's that Pell L from Squatters. It's so mild I can drink a whole bucket of it.
You'd get drunk if you drunk a whole Pell of Pell L. Then you'd get throwed in jail, and I'd have to bail you out. Oh, hey, looky here what I got in the mail. It's a flyer from Deseret Book. It says here that Dan Quell is coming to town to sign copies of his new book.
Boy, the liberals sure rode Bush and Quell out of Washington on a rel.
Sure did.
They fought tooth and nail, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Hey, I hear that this new book of his really lifts the veil of secrecy about Washington life and what really went on. You know, I'd like to see him. What Deseret Book is he at?
Well, the one by that big jewelry store.
Big jewelry store. You mean Morgan's Jewelers?
Nope. Zell's.
Do it. Money. Go.
It's a $60,000 giveaway. You have 2 chances a day to win $1,000. Go to x96.com and enter this keyword. The keyword is bank. B-A-N-K, bank. Enter that at x96.com for your chance to win this national contest.
All right.
I am at my home doing my part of the show at home, which is sort of inconvenient. But the reason I'm home is because I'm sick. What happened? I got a cold on last Friday. Felt the beginnings of a cold anyway. I said, I think I'm getting, and then sure enough, Saturday I had a cold. Now it's not a horror. I've had really, really bad colds in my life, and then just kind of a run-of-the-mill mild colds. This seemed to me like a run-of-the-mill mild cold.
Now there was discussion when you said you were sick and decided not to come in.
Yeah.
I heard the term man flu thrown around.
I don't know.
Where did that come from? Katie? Your
wife said
your
you
wife
had
said
it.
it.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
So I was
what
wondering.
Katie said.
I was wondering what the man flu was.
I don't know. I don't know that my wife said that.
That's what she said to Katie.
Well, I'm going to have to ask her to stop talking to Katie.
So yesterday you were home and you said, I feel pretty good. I think I'll come to work tomorrow.
Well, yeah, I felt it pretty well cleared up, and I decided, well, if I'm going to go to work, I ought to take a COVID test just to see, you know. I'm sure it's nothing. So I sat down at the table with one of those home tests that the government sends you. And they're pretty simple. You swab the inside of your nose. You don't have to go way up in there. Swab the inside of your nose, and then you put the swab in this little container that's got some reagent in it, and you make sure you get all the crap off of the swab into that. And then it's like a little dropper. You put 3 drops in a little hole, and you wait 15 minutes, and it's like a pregnancy test, sort of. If one line appears, the C line, then you're fine. But if both lines appear, the C and the T line, you got COVID. And so I did it, and I, you know, you can't help but watch it for 15 minutes as it goes. And there were both lines there right at the start. And I'm watching it going, okay, one of them's going to go, that T line's going to go away. I know it's going to go away. It has to go. Didn't go away. Positive for COVID. Oh, no, I can't be right. There are 2 tests in the package. So I thought, I'm going to take another one. So I did it again about 20 minutes later. Positive again.
I want to know.
And I go, oh, come on, really?
I want to know who on their Radio from Hell COVID bingo card had Bill being the first.
Probably nobody.
Not me.
Yeah.
I had you.
I had you, too.
I had me, too. I thought for sure I'd be the first. And I would also like to say Bill got sick before I got back from California, so it could not have been me giving it to Bill because I was traveling.
You know, that's another thing. You try to figure out. So then you really try to figure out. I guess we've always done this with colds as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just have a cold and you go, oh, I know where I picked this up. I got it from so and so, or or I have my kids from school or whatever. But you really, when you have COVID, it almost feels like you're ashamed. You know, and I don't know why. But there's this little feeling of shame.
You did something wrong that you weren't. Now,
why would that be? I don't. I mean, I don't feel it strongly, or I wouldn't be talking about it. I try to keep it secret. But
because you think if I do all the things they say I should do, I won't get it, and that's you can't possibly take every single.
Yeah. I still don't know why I still don't know why I should feel slightly embarrassed. That's what it is. It's not shame. It's embarrassment, because you think if I had been more careful somewhere, I wouldn't have got this.
And you know, if you went out to a restaurant, you think maybe that's where you got it.
Well,
Carrie doesn't go out to restaurants.
I don't.
So.
I did go to lunch with Brad Wheeler to a taco place, and it was very busy, and it's a small place, cramped, and I didn't have a mask on, and nobody else in this place had a mask, and I at the time I felt a little like weird, you know. I thought, well, geez, but no, look, everybody else is doing it, you know, it's going to be fine. Now, I don't know that's where I got it, because Brad is not sick. But, you know, at the time I thought, or as I look back on it, I should have worn my mask when we went in, and then when we ordered our food, taken it outside and eaten outside. But we sat at a table inside and ate. Now, I don't know that's where it came from, though. I don't know where else it could have come from, because I don't do that much either.
I started getting nervous my own self, and I was feeling bad for Carrie that I had been traveling and then coming in here, and we can't wear a mask in here. So I took a test this morning, Carrie, and I was negative. So
all right.
But I thought the responsible thing to do before I came back to work, and I was feeling fine enough, and I feel fine enough to be there today. I don't feel particularly sick. I have still a little bit of congestion, but not as bad as I did Saturday. And I don't, although last night I had night sweats really bad. Like twice I woke up soaking wet and had to change my pajamas. And I looked up night sweats and COVID this morning, and it said it seems to be an indication that it's the Omicron variant. There really wasn't any reports of night sweats with the original Delta coronavirus, but there have been a lot of reports of it with the Omicron variant.
Seems like that's mostly what's going around now. Anyway.
So, and I mean, if so, I guess I have it, and it's not, and it's probably because I'm vaccinated,
boosted. You got both your
the
boosters.
It's not horrible. It was Saturday and Sunday. It was a bad cold. Yesterday, not so bad. Today, not so bad. It's just it's just a cold.
Well, and this is why. And if people are like, "See, you get it anyway," no, this is what the vaccine does. Is it helps.
Yes.
Bill's not in the hospital right now,
and maybe I could have avoided this. Now, so what do I have to do? I asked Dr. Cobble about it. He said, "Well, first of all, he said, 'Are you okay? Do you need some Paxlovid?' I said, No. I don't need that." I said, "How long do I really need to quarantine with this?" And he said, "Well, about 5 days, until there are no more symptoms." So I guess what I'll do is in the next couple of days, I'll just test again. Maybe not tomorrow, but the next day.
Yeah.
I'll just take a test, and hopefully it'll be negative and things will be back to normal. But I would just tell you all, if you're not vaccinated and completely boosted, you should be, because I could be really sick, and I'm not. So I'm. And my wife said, and I didn't know this. She said, and the good thing is, it's like you've got another booster now. This helps your immunity.
Yeah, sure.
You're boosted sort of again. It'll give you further protection. Of course, my wife is sick and my daughter is sick. And they haven't tested yet, but I bet you, I'm sure that's what they got.
Probably.
They got the COVID.
Corona update.
There you go. That's what it is.
What it is.
Yeah.
All right, 7:13 traffic, Gina, please.
The Salt Lake City construction crews began a major water line replacement project at one of the busiest intersections downtown on Monday. That's the intersection of State Street and North Temple. It's going to be an issue for a while. If that's part of your regular commute for the next few months, you're going to want to find a different route. State Street from North Temple up to the Capitol at 3rd North is closed to through traffic for the summer. Crews will replace the water main that dates back to 1908 on State Street between 200 North and 1st Avenue and rehabilitate the sewer lines at various locations along 200 North, State Street, and Hillside Avenue. It's the middle of town, but needs to be done. So be aware of that. That's traffic.
Thank you very much.
All right, boners coming up. I'm sorry.
That's not your
Old
fault.
habits die hard.
It is not your fault.
Boner candidate number 1 coming up. Well, if she's married to him, there's nothing we can do. Boner candidate number 2. Hey, the Zamboni man was peeing in the drain. And boner candidate number 3. How could something go wrong with that?
All right, boners of the day, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES vision.com.
The fine folks at Hoops, if you let them do the surgery, the procedure, the LASIK procedure on you, you're going to be thrilled. No glasses, no contact lenses, and that will really be great. Like if you have allergies, No contact lenses is a big deal. Right now, Hoops is offering $800 off the procedure. And you can have a free, no obligation appointment. It's a VIP appointment to see if you're a good candidate for the, and you probably are. Most
people are.
Yeah. So you could get the LASIK or the PRK. Here's how you make your appointment. You call Hoops. 877-30-LASIK. That's LASIK. 877-30-LASIK, or book it online. hoopsvision.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt is very fond of his rank. He will pay me more for a complete set of missions.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
What Elder Jensen?
Sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fat. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back, I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go.
Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Sitting here in my room with Dean Cardinal, Worldwide Trekking, and a man who's become a good friend, Geljan Sherpa, and we're sitting here talking to you on a cell phone, essentially, which is amazing to me that you can do this where we are. Let me try to describe this. We are actually in a really remote part of the world. You can helicopter in here, but it's horribly expensive, and people don't do it much. People walk to get to these places, and they walk for days and days. There are people who live way up in the Khumbu, and they come down here. Kind of the Namche Bazaar is, would you say it's a halfway point between here and Lukla?
Yeah, and it's a trading spot between, the valley and Tibet, and a place where people come together for the Saturday market to trade goods, to buy goods, and everything else.
And so people walk for a long time to get to these places. And people walk; they'll walk from very remote places up by Everest, and they'll come down here to trade, as Dean said. But what's really unusual is that people have cell phones everywhere. It's just stunning in its incongruity. It's just incredible. You'll be walking, I'll be puffing my way up a trail, and some Sherpa kid will be, carrying a big heavy load of stuff and talking on a cell phone. It's just an amazing thing to see. I should describe a little bit. I don't think I described very well. Coming into Namche Bazaar, there are these giant prayer wheels in houses. I'd forgotten about this, and I asked our friend here, Geljan, what those were, and he said the river used to run under those prayer wheels and turn the prayer wheels, but the river has been kind of diverted. I don't know why, but they turn the prayer wheels anymore. So yeah, so it's just such a world of contrast here, and you'll see all of these Sherpa kids wearing, kind of American, westernized-looking clothes and talking on cell phones. But then they're also very into their culture. And I just want you to tell people really quickly, Geljan, what you call your son. What's your nickname for your son?
My son's nickname is Chicken Head.
Chicken Head. Geljan. You see, Geljan is like fathers everywhere. His son, Pasang, right? Pasang has a kind of a weird hairdo. With it kind of sticks up, and he's dyed it a kind of a red color, and so his father, being like fathers everywhere, doesn't like it, so he calls him Chicken Head. anyway, we'll have more from Namche Bazaar. I'm Bill Allred, heading for Tibet. Tibet? No, not Tibet.
Oh, that
happened.
I don't know. It just went away.
That's not how that song ends. Who put that in the
I
system?
don't know.
They did it wrong.
That's terrible. All right. 7:24 right now, and it is time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day. Boner meaning mistake, of course. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
Tickets to Monster Energy AMA Supercross World Championship at Rice-Eccles Stadium on May 7th. Listen all week long to Radio from Hell in the mornings and Todd Newcomb in the afternoons to win your tickets. For more information, ticket links, and contest details, go to x96.com.
Well, as Carrie said, these are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You decide which one is the worst. And they're all, I'm telling you, all three of these are bad in different ways. One of them is bad, stupid, and that's the first one. Well, if she's married to him, there's nothing we can do. Deborah Hodge moved into a rental unit that had restrictions. Okay. And one of the restrictions was no pets. And so Deborah Hodge, to get around this restriction, married her cat.
You know, you can live other places that accept pets. There are other places.
Not in London. Fed up, the 49-year-old woman from London devised a plan to marry her cat after already having roomed 3 previous pets due to landlords who rejected pet owners from their properties. The single mom of 2 humans, now hopes her show of commitment to her cat, India, will prove to property owners that India is more than just an animal. By marrying India, I need future landlords to know that we come as a package. We cannot be separated. We are together for all time and eternity. There is nothing that landlords will be able to do. If she is married to the cat, they will have to take her in anyway.
I don't think that's true.
She does.
I think landlords will say it is still a cat, and we don't allow.
You're just
animals.
You just refuse. You want to just deny people's dreams. This woman has a dream.
Okay.
It's boner candidate number 1. Boner candidate number 2. This is just disgusting human behavior. The Zamboni man was peeing in the drain, man. Detroit Red Wings, that's the hockey, Carrie.
The hockey?
Yeah.
On the ice, right?
Right. Okay. Detroit Red Wings Zamboni driver was fired after another male employee found him peeing in a drain at the arena. The driver, 68-year-old Al Sobotka, claims that he was discriminated against because of his age and disability, which could be a violation of the state's Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. The incident occurred on February 2nd when Mr. Sobotka returned to Zamboni into its Little Caesars Arena garage after using it to clean the main rink's ice sheet. Sobotka, who claims to have been diagnosed with benign prostate hypertrophy, which causes frequent urination, then felt the urgent need to go, and so he said the nearest bathroom was at least 70 feet away. He couldn't make it, so he was peeing into the drain. Sobotka was peeing he was standing between the 2 Zambonis in the garage, which...
It's a drain. Everything goes the same place.
It all goes the same. It all goes downstream, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, you don't.
No.
You don't don't be peeing in the drain. Boner candidate number 2. The Zamboni man was peeing in the drain, man.
We got a texter. It's all pipes, Jerry. They all go to the same place.
God, that's really loud in my...
Sorry.
It's just the setup. It's coming up in a moment. Boner candidate number 3. Well, how could something go wrong with that?
Boner candidate number 3 coming up after Big Boy News and Opinioendo. Brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State curbside service is available.
Well, you have audio of this, Carrie. I think I heard you playing it earlier.
What?
Donald Trump.
Oh, I wish you'd have.
Talking about his social media platform,
Truth Social.
And Truth Social, and this is we try to say, many of us try to say, if nothing else, those of you who support Donald Trump, you really should reconsider because he's not smart. And I know that sounds elitist, and it sounds like I'm some sort of snooty intellectual, some egghead, but you want a smart person to be the president. Now, this person does not have to be a genius. We got Joe Biden for that. Joe Biden is no Barack Obama, who was pretty damn smart. But Donald Trump, who was our president and should never be again, is just not smart. And he appeared to forget the name of his own social media platform during a rally on Saturday, mangling the pronunciation of Truth Social. Did you get it? Did you find it, Gary?
It's in a Jimmy Kimmel clip. It's the
I
only
see.
place I can find it. So, if I play it, I'm going to have to play the Jimmy Kimmel clip.
Okay.
Is it long?
It's a minute.
Yeah,
play it. Go ahead, if you don't mind.
Disaster he got a lot of dollars for and then abandoned. He hasn't posted there since the day it launched 2.5 months ago. He posted one time. That was it. But he did give a Truth Social kind of a plug at a rally he had in Ohio this weekend.
They conspired to ban me from every social media platform. Because of this digital tyranny, we had to give the American people their voice back by building something called Truth Central.
I like Truth. Truth Central is a character on The Mandalorian, I think. Let's try that again, Donald.
Truth Social.
There you go.
He messed up the pronunciation of the word Dropbox.
Yep.
He said Dropbox. This is not the first time that Donald Trump has called Dropboxes Dropbox. Okay, I'm sorry. I will leave it alone now. But
Well, the thing is, though, you say, I'm sorry to say this, I sound elitist. The other side does the same thing. They do all the time.
Okay.
They say the same thing.
Anna Taylor-Joy and director George...
Anya Taylor.
Oh, Anya, yeah, you're right.
There's a Y there.
There's the Y. Anya Taylor-Joy and director Georg Miller. No, it's George, I believe.
Jorge. Jorge Miller.
Apparently have differences of opinion regarding Furiosa's look for the prequel to Mad Max Fury Road. Now, according to costume designer Jeremy Bevan, who's set to work on the upcoming prequel, Anya Taylor-Joy wants to shave her head for the role, just like Charlize Theron's portrayal of the character in 2015.
Okay.
Speaking to Variety, Bevan said she wants to. She wants to shave her head. However, George says he doesn't want her to have a shaved head. So I don't know whether she will or not.
Well, the director has the final say. That's their job. So.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Well, it could be that George wants to start the movie with her with hair.
That's what I think, too.
And then we see where she got to where she is in the Fury Road movie, because this is a prequel.
Makes sense.
He would be correct in this. New study. This is something to make you feel ooky, Gina. A study investigating samples of the superbug Clostridium. Do you know how to pronounce it?
It's C. diff.
You just say C. diff?
C. diff. That's I wish I could pronounce that though.
You don't have to. Just say C. diff.
Clostridioides. C. diff. It's bad. Anyway, that superbug, samples of it across 14 pig farms in Denmark finds the sharing of multiple antibiotic-resistant genes between pigs and humans.
Great.
Providing evidence that the animal-to-human transmission, which is zoonotic transmission, is possible. The study by Dr. Samuel Bajoy and colleagues from the University of Copenhagen and Stata Serum Institute in Denmark is being presented at this year's European Congress of Clinical Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, which is a party when you're at that. They find that this superbug can hop from pigs to humans, and that's no good. No good. South Jordan man is recovering after the vehicle he was carpooling in was hit by a Utah Department of Transportation incident management truck last week.
Oh.
The driver was cited for failure to yield to an emergency vehicle, despite the fact that it was rear-ended by the incident management vehicle. And this guy's upset with this because he's saying, and I think rightfully so, how can you fail to yield if you're being smashed into by this vehicle from the rear? It's unbelievable to me that vehicles out there to control incidents are traveling at that kind of speed and causing another accident, said Theron Anderson, who was a passenger in the SUV. I assume he's going somewhere for something that's gone on. Anderson knows flashing lights and sirens mean drivers must move over for emergency vehicles, but he said the driver didn't have any time to react before the truck hit the vehicle full of volunteers on their way to a meeting. They were, all three men inside the Ford Explorer went to the emergency room, but it turns out they were fine. But they're being charged with they're being cited in the accident. Let's see. Now, so water problems down in the southern part of the state. Water supplies are dwindling in Washington County. And the mayor of a little town there in Washington County, New Harmony, he says, we need some more water. What are we going to do? Water supplies dwindling. Water
Stop
bosses
building down there? Maybe that
well,
would help?
yeah, that would be that would, but they're not going to do that. Water bosses are looking to draw water nearly 1,300 acre feet from deep, previously untapped aquifers. So this is water.
I drink your milkshake is what
yeah,
this is.
Yep, yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And residents of New Harmony and Canaraville are afraid that the proposed groundwater pumping plan would come at their expense, leaving them high and dry. So they tap that. Well, it says it's untapped, but they said that they probably will need that water. It would force residents to dig deeper wells and ignore the actual source of St. George's water shortfalls.
Or, as Spencer Cox has urged us,
yes,
we should just pray.
Pray.
Well, he said it worked. Spencer Cox says we asked God to help us with the drought, and that worked, but not completely. We need to do other things.
Here's what I don't get about that. God knows there's a drought.
Does he?
Is he just waiting up there? I could fix this at any moment, but I just have to hear the right number of prayers from the right number.
I only got 45. I need at least
I can't
50.
do it. Sorry.
You know what you guys sound like to me? Non-believers. That's what you sound like, just non-believers. Right. And finally, this, and a tragedy. And I don't know this person. Laura Harris Hales. You ever heard of her, Gina?
That sounds familiar.
She turned her own quest for enlightenment on thorny issues faced by her church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. She turned her quest into books and a podcast, which has been downloaded millions of times. She died on April 13th at her home in Kaysville. She maintained a website, Joseph Smith's Polygamy, devoted to examining the contentious aspects of the history of the church. And she co-wrote a book about polygamy. And let's see, her podcast has, thousands of downloads a month. The podcast is called Latter-day Saint Perspectives. She recorded and edited and hosted it 130 episodes before she closed it last year. I had never heard of her, Laura Harris Hales. All right, that's it.
Weather, traffic.
Okay, so Bill doesn't believe me, and I said, it's cloudy, and you're going to think it's cold and maybe will rain out there today.
Looks
and
like
I'm
it's gonna
saying
rain.
no. It can just be cloudy without rain, and actually it'll be pretty warm today, 75 for a high.
It looks cold out
But
there.
it's not. I'm telling you.
All right. It's gonna
You're
rain.
you're gonna put a jacket on before you go outside, and then you're gonna say, "Well, what did I put this on for? I don't need this."
Yeah.
That's what it's gonna hit.
Okay.
So, chance of showers looks like the next time isn't until Thursday night. About a 40% chance. Things will cool off into the 50s for Friday, and then we start warming back up for the weekend. Traffic, we have a multi-vehicle crash, 5600 west, 2200 south. Cars are in the median and on the right shoulders of both northbound and southbound directions. There's also a red truck way off on the right in the grass, debris scattered across the southbound lanes of travel there. And don't forget, major Salt Lake City intersection is closing for water line construction. This is closing for the entire summer. State Street from North Temple up to the Capitol at 3rd North closed to through traffic for the summer. They're replacing a water main and sewer lines. And so just be aware of that if downtown is part of your commute. That's traffic.
All right.
Here's boner candidate number 3. How could something go wrong with that? The plan was for each of the Cessna 182 airplanes, the pilots, the plan was for them to put their planes into nosedives. So they're flying side by side. They're both of them to put their planes in nosedive, jump out of the plane with parachutes, skydive across, enter the other person's plane, and land it.
Easy.
There's video of all of this.
Yeah. How could something go wrong with that? The pilots, Luke Akins and Andy Farrington, are cousins, whose World War II fighter pilot grandfather set up a skydiving school. Well, they did it, except that it went wrong. One of the men was able to successfully get into the other plane and land it. But the other guy couldn't do it because rather than just nosediving straight down, the plane started to go into a tailspin. And so it was spinning too hard, and he couldn't get to it. And there was fear that, and then that plane crashed. There was fear that the plane was going to hit him as he was parachuting down to the earth, but it didn't. They said it was really exciting. I think they're both going to be in trouble with the FAA.
Yeah, and okay, so that plane's just crashing down, and apparently it crashed down in the middle of nowhere. But what if it didn't crash down in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah.
What if it?
Well, I mean, they set it up so that they would be out in the middle of nowhere. That's why they did that. But still,
They should lose their license.
Absolutely. And I believe that the FAA said don't do this, and they did it anyway. Boner candidate number 3. How could something go wrong with that?
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 is, well, if she's married to him, there's nothing we could do. It's a woman who married her cat to get around her landlord's pet restrictions. Boner candidate number 2, Zamboni man was peeing in the drain, man. The Red Wings Zamboni driver was fired for peeing into a drain at the ice sheet arena. And boner candidate number 3, how could something go wrong with that?
All right, here you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should be boner of the day? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice vote right in there, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, April 26, 2022. Vote there. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. We'll have your winner right after these. It's Boner of the Day.
The good news is that I've learned
that if you combine the mangosteen fruit with certain alcohols, it will cure cancer.
It
And
will?
I've got the margarita recipe here, the cancer-curing margarita recipe right here. 1 shot of tequila, 2 shots of Zango, and 3/4 shot of triple sec. All right.
It's a martini.
That'll cure your cancer.
That will cure cancer. I am cancer-free for 15 years.
And there's your proof.
So there you go. What more proof do you need?
So apparently they really put this in there in the company literature.
Oh, hell yeah.
You see that?
You can't do that.
No. What you do is you infer it.
Mm-hmm.
Say, oh, this is-
You get your distributors to talk about it.
You don't put it in your literature.
Look, all I can say to Zango is, why aren't I your spokesman? I'm cancer-free for 15 years. I found that it's the mixing with alcohol that makes it work. Why don't they call
reaction
me? This is $1 million company. This is my ticket to a big pay.
And they're local here. They should
And
know
they're-
who you are.
They should know who I am, right? I could give them a whole list of recipes, drink recipes, martinis, margaritas, daiquiris that will, cure cancer and depression.
You're awfully happy now that you do.
I'm happy
Everybody
and
knows-
cancer-free.
Everybody knows that Zango won't cure cancer. It's Tahitian noni that cures cancer.
Can you mix that with alcohol?
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that, no.
You don't want to drink that, period.
Wonder what does this mean for them?
They have 15 days to respond. My guess is that either Orrin Hatch will swoop in like Super Hatch and save the day because he's big on that, supplement business stuff, or they'll just have to take that out of their literature.
Yeah, I think probably they have to say, sorry, we won't do it anymore.
They'll have to tell the people who sell it, don't say
Does
that.
really cure cancer. Or we don't have any evidence.
We
that
don't
it
have any
cures
evidence that it cures cancer. But Kerry Jackson, 15 years cancer-free because of the magic cancer-free margarita.
Because cancer's one disease. I love that when they say it cures cancer. 'Cause cancer's a whole bunch of different things.
Well, that's the beauty of it. It cures cancer.
That's how
all
good.
kinds of
Apparently,
cancer.
That's how good this stuff is.
All cancer's the same. You drink this.
Drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
I like that. That's a new one I put.
You drank all our good liquor, you big moocher.
The bad liquor's still here, but the good.
I drink a bit.
And I'll change this drop from.
What do you say you and me go out and get plastered?
To.
What do you say you and me go out and get
cure cancer?
What are you guys doing? We're curing cancer.
I am curing cancer with this magic margarita recipe, okay?
Right this second.
Hey, right this second, I'm curing
cancer.
right now, even as I stand here and look at
Or
you.
cancer cells dying right and left.
Okay, 7:50. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And the Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by Ramen.
And Randy's Transmissions, looking for journeyman mechanics to join the team. If you have extensive mechanic skills in electrical, remove and replace transmissions, and diesel repair, they've got a $1,000 signing bonus for you. Email Matt at randystransmissions.com.
Well, there was a clear and overwhelming winner here. Boner candidate number one, well, if she's married to him, there's nothing we can do. Woman who married her cat so she could get around pet restrictions at her rental place. It's been okay, but not enough to win. Boner candidate number two, the Zamboni man peeing in the drain. There were 24 of you who thought that was the Boner candidate. But 142 of you said it was the two pilots who attempted to swap planes in midair.
Yep. Pretty, there you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, April 26, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Well, let's just dive right in.
All right, then.
There was a boy, a very strange, enchanted boy.
That strange, enchanted boy, our son Kyle Brown, who we've known for a long, long time. He had started doing stuff on our show when he was just a teenager. Well, Kyle's an adult now. I think he's close to 50 or in his 50s. And he has developed or contracted or whatever it is, ALS. And he's not doing well. He was coming on the show, but his voice got bad. And so he's been writing to us. And he wrote this, but he wrote it hurriedly early this morning, because I had to call and remind him this morning. So there's a part of it that's kind of weird. But anyway, I'm going to read this, and you'll see. I think, this is Kyle, I think I've said before that I wish everyone could go through what I am right now for just a month. I guarantee it would change you for the better. Change is good, usually, but not when you have ALS. It's at a point where I now see changes daily, and that is pretty disheartening. I fell Saturday, a pretty good fall. You remember the TV show The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors? He plays Colt Seavers, a Hollywood stuntman who moonlights as a bounty hunter. He uses his skills and knowledge of stunt effects, especially stunts involving cars or a pickup truck, to capture fugitives and criminals. It had Marky Post in it, too. We were really starved for entertainment back in the early 80s. Luckily, watching The Fall Guy, I learned to take a fall. I've fallen on my bike. I've fallen trail running, but you put your arms out and you go down or you roll into a ball and roll with it. Now when I fall, I don't have quick reaction, so it's like a tree in the woods. Luckily, no one was around to hear me fall. Speaking of fall, every season I think about what season I'll make it to. I'll make summer, we're about there. I'll make fall, maybe. We'll see. I've had a couple of falls now. I remember a friend of mine whose father had ALS tell me about the first time her father fell. I met Beth at Ironworks Worlds in September. She was working registration, and I explained that I had ALS. She got tears in her eyes and came around the desk and hugged me. That's not the only time that's happened. When people have a close friend or family member who's had this, they know what's happening. It's like a secret club I don't want to be a part of. I'd rather be a Mason. Anyway, back to Beth. Her father died of ALS, and she said she remembered the first time he fell. She was 14, and it made her cry because it was the first time it really hit her what was happening. He told her it'd be okay, but she knew that it wouldn't. No one saw me fall. No one has seen me yet. I try to hide it as long as I can. I don't want to have to tell my 17-year-old daughter that it will be okay. She knows what's coming, but hasn't really seen it yet. That probably wasn't very funny. So here's the funny part. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Frank.
Frank who?
Frank Christ.
No! Boo, Kyle. Not funny.
What do you mean no? It's the truth. That's who's there. And that's Kyle Brown.
We love you, Kyle.
I didn't. So it says right at the end there. It got kind of confusing to me though.
Why?
It says no one saw me fall. No one has seen me yet. I try to hide it as long as I can. I don't want to have to tell my 17-year-old daughter that it'll be okay. Well, he doesn't have a 17-year-old daughter.
Well, he was just referencing the.
So he's just making kind of like. Yeah. Okay, I get it.
Just referencing.
Yeah. I got it. It wasn't as odd as I thought. Everybody got it as I read it, but I didn't get it. Okay.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Okay, there's this multi-vehicle crash, 5600 West, 22nd South. Cars are in the median and right shoulders of both northbound and southbound directions. There's debris involved. That's always a problem. So be aware of that. Also be aware. This is downtown, a major Salt Lake City intersection closing for waterline construction. State Street from North Temple up to the Capitol at 3rd North closed to through traffic for the summers. Crews are replacing the water main between State Street and First Avenue, rehabilitating sewer lines, that kind of thing. Going to be a mess all summer long there. If you see something, you can text us 33986 and I'll pass it along. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right. Thank you. Well, let's take a break. We will be back after these. We've got Tech Talk, Jonathan Deasing coming up. And then Beat Gina. Gina, it's Lucille Ball Trivia today.
Oh, Ricky.
I love Lucille Ball.
But these are not your conventional Lucille Ball Trivia questions.
Well, and the prize.
Good prize.
X96 welcomes Crowded House.
Wow. One of my favorites.
Coming to Eccles Theater Saturday, September 24th.
And a Saturday.
You can go. Yay.
Looking forward to that. That's cool. All right, so we'll get your Tech Talk coming up. Stand by for that. KXRK Provo.
God. God. Spell it with me now. G-O-D. Like you wouldn't know that already. Anyway, we'll use the word God in a bit of conversation between our two Utah buddies, LeVar and LeGrand. The boys are at Lagoon attending LeGrand Ardun's family reunion. Again, the word is God.
Glad you could come to Lagoon for my family reunion, LeVar.
Well, it's nice of you to invite me, LeGrand. I don't have no family of my own. Come to think of it, I don't have a last name. The Dunn clan sure is numerous, though.
Well, it's fine old polygamous stock, LeVar.
Your granddad had more than one wife?
10. That ain't nothing. My actual dad, he had 3 wives, too.
Well, how come you never had more than one wife?
Well, I tried, believe me, I tried. I wanted to marry more girls than Midge, but I just couldn't seem to interest none of them. Besides, Midge said she wasn't really for it. Said there wasn't enough man in me to go around, whatever that means.
Hey, listen, which ride you want to go on before the kids find us again?
Well, let's go on the Sky Ride from the north end of the park so as we can look down to Bountiful. I want to see if I can see the new temple up on the hill there.
You can see it for a long ways. I was driving down from Ogden, up there cruising for stuff at the DI. You know, that's a really good DI up there. Anywho, you can see that Bountiful temple from Cherry Hill on the old highway, but then you lose sight of it when you drop down here by Lagoon.
Well, I've actually drove up to it. Drove around that temple and such.
And how'd you get there?
Just drove down I-15 and then got off at the Bountiful exit and then headed east.
Just got off at the main Bountiful exit, huh?
Yep. Hey, you know what I need right now?
What's that?
Need me a slush puppy. It's god-awful hot out of here all of a sudden.
Sure has.
Nothing'll cool you off like a slush puppy. They got all the flavors?
Yep, they got the blue, the red flavor, the green flavor, and the most cooling flavor of them all. Yeller.
Got 'em all, huh?
Got 'em all.
Okay, 3 minutes after 8. Is this sponsored, Gina?
Yes, the State Room presents Fort Desolation Festival August 12th through the 14th in Torrey, Utah, featuring headliners Amos Lee and Elle King. Tickets and camping sites are available now at thestateroompresents.com.
Thank you.
Oh, that means Jonathan Deasing is probably here.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's-
hang on. Which mic is that?
Which?
Huh? No, tap it.
Hello?
Okay, they've decided we don't
Oh,
need that
no.
mic
Here,
anymore,
go
I
ahead.
guess. No. Go. Oh, is there no mic?
It's there.
I can hear it.
Why is that not working? All right, there we go.
Hey, guys.
This is perfect for tech talk. Jonathan Deasing, or JD as he signs his stuff.
Yeah, that's my stage name. You guys could save some syllables here.
Host of the 3-Bit Gamer Show, the podcast, which that's still going, right, Jonathan?
Can't stop us. We're like 6 years now. I don't know. We've never missed an episode. I'm particularly proud of that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Jonathan's here to tell us the latest of what's going on the interweb and video games and all of that. And something about streaming, first off, is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah. So everyone's streaming now, and everyone's canceling their Netflix, I guess. And everyone's really upset about the streaming world. So if you're sick of it, you're sick of browsing through Netflix for all night long and then switching over to HBO before turning it off, well, then try My 70s TV. This is the coolest thing ever. You go to my70stv.com. That's it.
Okay.
And there's thousands and thousands of TV shows from the 70s. They're just all different channels, different genres. You can hear Carrie's just flipping through the channels, the stations, because it feels like a live television's, like you would just flip on a TV in the 70s.
Now, I've got this one set for 1972, and then you can pick the content.
Yeah.
I've got cartoons, comedy, commercials, drama, game shows, kids, music, movies, and so anytime you change the channel, you get a new
lower the boom, why don't you send out letters and recall the cars?
The Dick Cavett
Termore
show.
sent out,
It's so hard to like resist the channel flipping. Like I can't get through more than 10 minutes of a show because I'm like, what else is on? And now
cartoons.
Nice day, isn't it?
There's only one nice day. That's the first day of every month. When I
you
collect
can
my
see
rent.
how many different channels they have in each category. Like they have like what, a couple thousand cartoon shows. Like so you could just sit there and watch 70s cartoons for I don't know, the foreseeable future, at least another pandemic. They also have 60s. 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I think the 70s was the first one, but now they have, if you want a genre television.
Yeah, they have 60s, 70s, 90s, 2000s, and you can pick the year specifically. And
can you pick a specific show?
Well, no, you
can on Netflix.
You can pick the type of show, like movies, or talk shows or game shows, and just go through just game shows if you want to.
Now, I want to find Medical Center where Robert Reed
So that would be
transitions from a man to a woman.
That would be dramas. You don't know if you're going to get that, though. So if you want to see that, you got to go to Netflix or YouTube, I mean.
Okay.
But this is just the roll of the dice. You don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's awesome, and I think you can stream this if you had it on your phone. You could like stream it to an Apple TV if you really wanted it on your TV. Next up, this is for you, Bill. This is for your your burgeoning gaming career. Netflix has talked. They're trying to get people from canceling, so they're like, wait, don't leave. What about video games? They're planning on releasing 50 games by the end of this year. They currently have 18, and if you guys remember when I reported on this last, they had like 12 or 13.
Right.
That was like a month ago. So they keep rolling these out. They keep doing. They're going to be rolling out more and more games. They keep buying game studios, like notable game studios, and just acquiring them. So yeah, if you guys have Netflix and you're like actually going to stick around with it, get the most out of it. Check out these games because like there's a lot of good mobile games that are kind of dorky, but then there's a lot of really good ones. There's like the Walking Dead one. All this
there's a lot of good ones.
Okay.
And you got more coming. You've got Exploding Kittens coming.
Yes, the Exploding Kitten ones is going to be big. If you guys are familiar with that tabletop game, it's a really popular game, and they're making it into a It's free.
Yeah.
If you have Netflix, you get a free Exploding Kittens.
It's to coincide with the cartoon that they're making of Exploding Kittens.
Perfect.
For grown-ups, not for kids.
Also, if you guys, who does ringtones anymore? I haven't heard a ringtone in 1,000 years, but NASA apparently thinks
I do.
We've still got. Okay, well then this is for you, Carrie.
Yeah.
You can go to this. You can go to NASA's sound index, and they also have a SoundCloud. If you just want to hear these spun up, in between your rap songs, they have sound effects from all of their Mars rover and the Juno mission that flew past Ganymede. And
there's not much to it. This is the Mars rover.
If you need a break from your rap music,
listen to Mars.
This is just kind of a buzz.
Yeah, so
Ain't
the
much to that
SoundCloud
one.
may be a little bit better. That's
Yeah.
why I threw that on there. There's a couple that are a little bit more active. But the sounds of space, they're not predictable. There's all sorts of things. One of the funny things that they have is the puffs and pings of the gaseous dust removal tool on their Mars Perseverance rover. So if you want to hear the sound that the little puff of air makes when they're blowing off the solar panels.
Here's the SoundCloud. Let's see.
you can go to that website, or you can come to my house. I have that sound here.
Here, let's see. Mars filters out rover's self noise. Is that what that is?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, let's see what that is. Here we go. Come on. I'm getting nothing. Or not.
Boy, it's a really subtle
there it is.
sound.
There it is.
If you guys ever want to know what it sounds like to be a spaceship.
It's just like the wind blowing.
Yeah.
And
But
here's,
it's
here's
blowing
the
on
first.
Mars.
Here's the first sounds of Mars. This is the first audio recording sound of Mars.
What are they trying to tell us?
Get your ass to Mars.
Yeah, so go ahead and get these as a ringtone so you can then explain to anyone that hears a ringtone what the hell is going on with your phone, why it sounds like there's wind in your pocket. And this last thing, this is just a heads up. This is just heads up for everyone because you're going to be hearing about this a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Lego has joined forces with the people behind Fortnite to make a Lego metaverse.
Like two of the most popular things on the planet.
Let's just
teaming
squish
up,
them together. And PlayStation's in on this. Everyone's just throwing money on this. This is the Fortnite people who make $1 billion every 2 weeks. And for some reason, Sony, PlayStation, and Epic and Lego felt the need to give them $1 billion each.
Sure.
You got to get some skin in the game.
Take it.
Jeez.
And so the Fortnite people are now going to make basically Fortnite Legos in the metaverse. You're like I said, if you have kids, you are going to be hearing about this a lot. Even if you don't, this is going to be probably the first major push in the metaverse that actually is appealing to anyone.
It'll invade your space.
Yeah, it's going to be up in your business.
It's on the way. And speaking of Lego, that Lego Star Wars game is huge.
Have you been playing it?
I've not yet. But apparently they are now selling like full size for if you were an adult. If you were a Lego character.
Yeah. Oh my
They're selling lightsaber hilts
no,
and blaster guns. That look like the Lego ones. So
how much are they selling for?
I don't know.
I could 3D print one of those and start selling those.
I mean, there's not a lot of detail there.
I was going to say, it's just like a circle.
But there you go. Wow.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
A crash northbound Redwood Road, 61st South in Taylorsville. The right lane is closed there. Still some slowage, 5600 West, 2200 South in West Valley due to multiple vehicle accident there. That's supposed to clean up around 9 a.m. And just a reminder for you downtown Salt Lake commuters, major waterline replacement project happening. State Street from North Temple up to the Capitol at 3rd North. It's going to be closed all summer long while they replace the water main and sewer lines and all kinds of stuff. So just be aware that's going to affect you all summer long downtown. What's affecting you right now? You can text us 33986, and if you see something, I will pass it along.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break here, and then as soon as we get back, it's Beat Gina, multiple choice trivia, Lucille Ball trivia. It's easy. It's easy trivia. Don't worry. And the prize, if you beat Gina, is
it's Crowded House tickets. I think that's super cool that they're touring. They're coming to Eccles Theater Saturday, September 24th.
So if you beat Gina at trivia, you'll win those tickets. You'll win those tickets.
Carrie?
877-602-9696 is the number to call if you feel like lining up right now.
Hey, this is Angela.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very
disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you.
Very,
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. No, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now, like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and now I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember,
right.
I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me, thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Did you have some emails of interest?
I
you
have an
wanted to-
email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the
Well,
subject line.
now see, that's the problem that I have with it is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones.
It is. I looked through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via Radio from Hell at x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting, but this one, an email of interest. It says, Dear, good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace, and I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show, Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right. Just like Prue.
Nice.
And number 3, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys.
Aw.
Love, Tawny.
Nice.
That's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny. All right.
Johnny?
Oh, yes. I didn't hear the music.
That was
You
my
didn't
fault.
have it up.
That was my fault.
Join us now in a spirited competition with our own screwball comedy gal, Gina Barberi. It's the game we call Beat Gina. See if you can win our valuable prize by answering questions about everyone's favorite redhead. Sorry, Katie. Lucille Ball. Now, let me introduce our host, a man who is also famous for singing his version of Babalu at the Copa, Terry Jackson.
Thank you. You remember my nightclub performance days?
I do indeed.
Back in the old days.
Yes.
When they were supper clubs. All right. Let's see. We're going to let the computer decide who the contestant is. Oh, it looks like it has picked Laura. Laura is going to play Beat Gina today. Hi, Laura.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, Laura.
Ooh, good.
All right, Laura, here's how we play the game. It's multiple choice trivia. Let's toss a coin to see who goes first. Heads or tails, Laura?
Heads.
All right, it does give you an advantage in the game. Coin toss app says heads.
Oh, Laura,
Very
you're
nice.
one step closer to winning those crowded house tickets.
Now, Laura, because you won the coin toss, you go first. The first question asked is for you to answer exclusively. If you get it right, you get the point. If you don't get it right, Gina gets a chance to answer the question in your stead and steal your point away. It is Lucille Ball's death day. I don't know if Frank Chris will have anything to say about that coming up, but so all the questions are about Lucille Ball. So here we go. First question, Laura, multiple choice. What name did Lucille Ball use when she was a model? Because she was a model before she became the television star. Was it A, Amanda Mount, B, Jenny Taylor, C, Diane Belmont, or D, Carol Nelson?
I think it's C.
C?
But that's a hard question.
Diane Belmont, is that your answer?
Sure.
That is correct.
Wow.
Well, there you go, Laura. Laura, that's only 1 point. 1-0. Now Gina controls the question.
I like that squeal, though, I have to say. Some good game show energy there. Thank you. Gina.
Yes.
What was Lucy's real-life middle name?
Okay.
See, not your standard
No,
Lucille Ball trivia
no.
questions here. What was Lucy's real-life middle name? Was it A, Desiree, B, Blanche, C, Dorothy, or D, Rose?
Well, I don't think it's Desiree. So B?
Blanche?
No.
No.
No,
A.
what is your answer?
No, A. What? No, Blanche. It's Blanche.
I believe she already said B.
It's Blanche. Yeah.
Blanche is incorrect.
All right, Laura, you get a chance to steal. What do you think the answer is?
Well, I think it'd be funny if it was A, so I'm going to go with A.
Desiree is
Would be correct because the rest of them are golden girls.
Exactly.
But see, then I thought maybe it was a trick. Like, the name is a Golden Girl name, and I'll throw the other Golden Girls in there.
What a devious trick that would be.
This is an example of you overthinking it. You see, I just want to make these joke answers and go home.
Okay.
All right?
And ladies and gentlemen, I would point out that this is a rare moment when Gina overthinks something.
All right.
Let's see now. Laura stole that point, and now she controls the question. It's 2-0. So, Laura, you might win.
This could be a sweep. All right, Laura. What did Lucy lose during the episode Building a Barbecue? She lost something. Is it A, her wedding band, B, her miracle broom, C, her roller measure, or D, her salad spinner?
A, her wedding band.
Her wedding band is
It's a clean sweep for Laura, 3-0. And you go into our clean sweep Hall of Fame, Laura.
Laura, and you deny me the pleasure of giving you a prize when you didn't win. Because you just won. You just won outright. Crowded House Dreamers Are Waiting tour coming to Eccles Theater Saturday, September 24th.
I'm so excited.
Isn't that fun?
Congratulations, Laura.
I might see you at that show, Laura.
Laura, hang on the line, and we need to get some information from you. All right?
Give me another one. Give me another one.
Hang on the line. And we'll get
I'm going to go while Gina exercises her brain.
All right. Gina?
What?
Next question.
Okay.
Let's see. What did Lucy do when Ricky grew a mustache? Was it A, she shaved it off of him in his sleep?
Ricky.
B, she bought the Gillette Razor Company and gifted it to Desi? C, she put a sheet over her head and pretended to be Desi's dead mother. Shave! Or D, she put on a beard?
A.
She shaved it off in his sleep? No, that's incorrect.
Oh,
No.
see, I still am failing at this.
No.
What did she do?
She put on a beard.
Oh.
It was just that easy.
Mr. Booty.
All right. Thank you. Big boy news and opinioendo now, brought to you by.
Brought to you by land on the cratered surface of the moon, fly through the swirling rings of Saturn, coast to distant worlds with active volcanoes and buried oceans. Worlds Beyond Earth is now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Oh, I just got a message from Kyle Brown.
Oh.
If you were listening a bit earlier and you heard a message from Kyle Brown, the letter he wrote, we read, he says, I do have a 17-year-old daughter, stepdaughter technically, but we're very close, and she's been struggling with this. So that's what he was referencing as his 17-year-old there. Now, this is exciting news for some collectors. You might not have to go all that far out for your dream dress, certainly not somewhere over the rainbow. A blue gingham pinafore dress that Judy Garland wore as Dorothy in the classic 1939 movie The Wizard of Oz.
It smells like vodka.
The dress is being auctioned to raise money for the Benjamin T. Rome School of Music and Drama and Art at Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., although when they discover that it's soaked with vodka, I'm afraid they won't want the money. The dress, considered lost for decades, was rediscovered in a shoebox at the... so it's at that university that I just mentioned. They had it. They had it and they didn't know it. At the university's drama department. It was in a shoebox. It had been gifted to the university back in 1970. And so they're going to, and it's still in wonderful shape, they're going to auction it off and use the money for the university. There have been a lot of memorabilia from the Wizard of Oz auctioned off for sky-high prices. The original Cowardly Lion costume, they auctioned it in 2014, and they got $3 million for it.
Really? Wow.
And then another dress worn by Judy Garland fetched over $1.5 million in 2015. Donald Trump insists he has no plans, none at all, to rejoin Twitter, even if his account were reinstated by Elon Musk.
He won't be able to help
I was
himself.
going to say, that's all. We know he lies. That's a lie.
He insists that he plans to stick with his fledgling social media network, Truth Central,
Which he doesn't even use.
Truth Central. And,
I'm not going on Twitter.
And he posted once.
I'm going on Truth, he told Fox News in a statement that was issued shortly before Musk's $44 billion buyout for Twitter was accepted. I hope Elon buys Twitter because he'll make improvements to it, and he's a good man, but I'm going to be staying on Truth.
Truth Central.
Truth Central. Yeah. Okay. The Army is going to test its biggest drone swarm ever.
Ooh. Skynet?
Over. Sorry?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Okay. They're going to test it over Utah.
What could go wrong?
As part of an international exercise, the U.S. Army plans to deploy a swarm of up to 30 tiny drones networked together later this month over the Utah desert. Have you seen this when people do this kind of thing? It's just bizarre. The swarm will be the largest collection of drones the Army has ever tested. They will launch at the Army's 2022 experimental demonstration Gateway exercise, April 25th to May 12th at the Dugway Proving Ground. Major General Walter Rugen, head of the Army's future vertical lift cross-functional team.
That's not a good name. They got to come up with a better.
It's the Army.
He told the War Zone in a recent interview, "I think what you're going to see is an expansive use of electronic warfare." Yeah, it's very expensive and expansive.
It's both.
We're going to use our interactive drone swarm. We feel like we're going to be able to fly the largest interactive drone swarm ever in partnership with DARPA. And our science and technology experts out of Aviation and Missile Command.
When is this again, so that all of the tinfoil hats can hide in their basements?
April 25th to May 12th. So I guess they're going to do it. So it started. They're going to do it at various times. And I'd really kind of like to see that.
I don't know if they'll allow you to see it, will they?
I don't think they will.
It's like top secret stuff?
Well, not that top secret because...
There's a press release, but...
yeah. But I think that... I don't know, maybe there'll be video of it.
Here's a texter. Wow, 30 drones. There were more than that in Lady Gaga's halftime.
On Monday, Johnny Depp's property manager, Ben King, testified about what he witnessed the night that Johnny Depp's finger was severed, and he also revealed where he found Mr. Depp's finger. Ben King said Amber Heard was hysterical the night in question, crying uncontrollably before he witnessed Depp's doctor, David Kipper, rummaging through a bin, searching for the fingertip that had been severed. King then went downstairs to search where he found the fingertip in the bar area. Walking down into the bar, I could see the damage that Dr. Kipper had told me about. Lots of broken glass cans strewn about the bar area. Directly at the end of the bar, there was a scrunched up piece of kitchen paper, I guess, paper towel, with lots of blood around it. And I thought, well, that's probably a good place to look. It was inside of that scrunched up piece of paper on the tiled floor at the end of the bar.
Apparently, Johnny's hand was like curled around the countertop, you know? And Amber took a handle of vodka and, like, the kind that has
the big one,
and smashed it over his hand, and because it was hanging over the that's how it severed.
That's how it severed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow, these two.
She's crazy. Don't get me wrong. He's crazy.
Yeah, they're both.
But she's crazy.
Wow.
Now he said that I'm wondering, did they reattach it? I don't know.
I'm not sure if they did or not. But he said they asked him at the hospital what happened, and he said, I didn't want her to get in trouble, but I called my manager and said, can you please take Amber to the airport, and because they were in Australia, can you fly her to LA? It's probably best if we're not in the same place.
Wow.
He said that he had been hiding. He hid in a locked bathroom during one of her violent rants. When the banging on the door ceased, he thought it was safe to come out. He made his way downstairs to the bar area, poured himself 2 or 3 stiff shots of vodka, his first taste of alcohol after several months of sobriety. I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking. I didn't understand why all this was happening.
And then the guy that drove her to the airport, apparently he testified that she said to him, don't you ever get in a fight with somebody and you just get out of control and don't know what you're doing? And he said, no, that never happens to me.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've gotten into a fight with my wife that's been quite heated and caused a slamming of doors or a pounding on the table, but it just never would occur to me to do any of this nonsense. But we're not Hollywood stars either,
Stars, so like us.
Yeah, they live in their own world.
Apparently, Steph says that they also yesterday played recordings of him yelling at her, and he was not very nice.
They are both crazy.
Yeah.
They are both.
Now, well, I don't want to get into. I'm sorry. No. There's a story that I didn't want to get into. Let's move to Misha Collins. He's a actor, I guess. He's on The Supernatural.
Oh, they love him on The Supernatural. Very popular show.
He is clarifying recent comments made after he appeared to come out as bisexual. He apologized for the clumsiness of his language on Twitter after he seemingly addressed his sexuality while attending the Creation Entertainment Supernatural official convention this weekend in New Jersey. By a show of force, how many of you would consider yourself introverts? How many extroverts? He previously asked the convention crowd in a video shared on Twitter. And how many bisexual? He then quipped, I'm all 3. After realizing his mistake, he took to social media to clarify that he is straight, but a fierce ally of the LGBT community. I wanted to deeply apologize for misspeaking this weekend. I guess it caused him some problems with people getting angry about it and getting angry with him.
Maybe he was just referring to his fandom. He likes both Marvel and DC.
Maybe.
Because I say I'm bi when I Star Wars and Star Trek.
So that is probably what he was.
Okay, then. I don't know.
Trying to say,
I don't
maybe?
know. No, I don't know.
Now,
weather traffic.
What?
I'm ready to be done. So.
All right, weather traffic.
So it's cloudy and you're home and you're like, oh man, it's going to be cold and maybe rain outside. And I'm telling you it's not. I know
like
it
it's
looks
gonna
like
rain.
It's not.
It's pretty cold out there, though, isn't it?
It'll be
Looks
75 for a high today. Just listen to me.
Okay.
Next chance of rain looks like it'll be Thursday night, about a 40% chance. Then that will cool things off for Friday. We'll be back down in the 50s.
So it's going to rain later today?
On Thursday.
What? Huh, looks like it's going to rain now.
No, we'll warm back up for the weekend, it looks like. Traffic, we have a report of geese on 106 South overpass of I-15.
Uh-oh.
Papa and a mama goose trying to get there, but make way for goslings, I guess.
Oh, the baby geese?
The babies.
Oh, somebody help the baby geese.
Crash northbound Redwood Road approaching the I-215 West Belt ramps in Taylorsville. The right lane is blocked. Traffic is backed up almost to 70th South. And just a reminder about a major Salt Lake intersection closing for construction. Closing for the entire summer is going to be State Street from North Temple up to the Capitol at 3rd North. They're replacing water main and sewer lines and major construction that needs to be done, but it's going to affect your traffic for several months, it looks like. Gracie's is open daily for lunch and dinner, brunch on Fridays and Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning heated patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd South West Temple, adults only.
All right, thank you. Well, we will take a break, and we will be back. Do we have Ask an Advocate next? Well, I do know that coming up just after 7, it's Frank Christ presents They're Fine, Just Fine.
Oh, and the tickets... The prize,
what do we got?
If you correctly guess who's not fine, wet leg tickets. They're coming to the Depot September 13th. Carrie, all these shows are for you.
That's a good band.
Yeah, September 13th.
All right. Mm-hmm. So we got those coming up. Stand by. All right, hang on. Here we go.
Win one.
Greetings, children. This is your old friend, the Grave Digger. Today I have a frightening little yarn that has all the ingredients needed to make you shudder. Sex, violence, lawyers, and 3 exploding human heads. This tale is called There She Blows, and we'll take you now to the law offices of Parker, Jameson, and Osborne, attorneys at law.
Mr. Parker?
Mr. Osborne.
Parker, your fly is undone.
Oh? Oh, so it is. I was just having sex with my secretary.
But Mr. Parker, that is so wrong. You're a married man.
I'm aware of that, Osborne, and I don't care. As a matter of fact, I'm going back in for seconds.
Parker, your head is getting bigger. Oh, my God. Look at all the blood.
What's all the racket in here?
Parker's head just exploded.
Good Lord, what a mess. Hey, what's Parker clutching in his still twitching hand?
That's the Bonneville specific file. He's been working overtime to make the board of directors look better in court. I believe he just finished it. Jameson, what are you doing?
Erasing Parker's name and putting mine on it. I'll take all the credit now that he's dead.
Now Jameson's head has exploded too. I'd better call for help. But first, I'm going to go through their wallets and steal all the money. They're not going to need it, and no one will ever know.
Those 3 really know how to get ahead, eh? Their law firm tried to expand too rapidly and suddenly went bust. Well, in case you hadn't figured out the moral of the story, it's if you're a lawyer and you do something bad, your head will explode. This is the old Gravedigger inviting you to join me next time when our story will be called Chop Chop, Who's There? On Tales from the Grave.
All right. 8:46.
Are we talking to an attorney?
We are. Let me get the theme music up, and we'll do it. I'm guessing it's sponsored by
the
attorney.
Advocates.
That would be the Advocates,
Yes.
wouldn't it? Yes. Okay. Here we go.
Wow.
Is that the attorney music?
It is.
Yeah.
There we go.
Mark Stewart. Good morning.
Maybe.
Mark?
Oh, hang on. It helps if I turn the phone on.
Yes, it does.
Sorry, Mark. I've been dealing with a lot of
Things.
issues this morning. So.
Good morning,
There
Mark.
he is.
How are you?
There he is.
There he is.
Well, I have COVID. How are you?
Oh, wow.
Not to put too fine a point on it. But.
Yeah, I'm
getting COVID this late in the pandemic is probably not fun.
That's okay.
I don't think it's fun anytime, probably.
No.
It's like
You know what else isn't fun? Being in an accident. That's not fun.
Yeah, thanks, Gina. I wanted to just complain a little bit more about my COVID, but you got to just jump right in there. Mark, summer, lots more accidents. What type of accidents?
Yeah, in the summer, it's interesting. We see a big uptick in calls. And it's really just because there's more people out on the roads.
Mm-hmm.
And so we see an uptick in speeding cases because people are obviously going faster because they're not concerned about weather conditions.
Yeah,
that's me.
So we see more speeding cases, and then we also see a lot more pedestrian type cases because people are out walking, running, people are cycling, and so we see a lot more of those types of cases in the summer.
Is it my imagination, or have you noticed just recently there have been a spate of bicycle accidents and motorcycle accidents?
Yeah, this last month on the news, I think almost every day there's been a death, either from motorcycle or a bicycle accident.
Mm-hmm. Of course, I know the advocates really just want to urge people to not get hurt, not get in accidents, slow down and all of that. But what happens? What do you suggest? You're in an accident, you're on your bike, and somebody knocks you down. You have a motorcycle accident because somebody doesn't see you because you're on a motorcycle. What do you suggest people do?
Well, the first thing we tell people to do is to call the police so that there's a record and that they come out and make a report and get the other person's insurance information. Because that's what we're really going to need is that insurance so that we can open up a claim and make sure that they cover your medical bills, pay compensation for the pain and suffering that the accident has caused, and also that they cause your attorney's fees. Because as we've said a bunch of times on your show, we don't charge anybody out of pocket. We only get paid if we're able to get them a settlement.
Yeah. It's what sometimes when you call the cops, do they say, look, we're too busy. It doesn't sound that serious. We're not going to come. Doesn't that happen?
Does that happen? Yeah.
They will do that, and it kind of depends on the jurisdiction. Some police departments come out for everything, and then some of them in the bigger cities will say that they don't have time. But it's usually only if you tell them there's no injuries and that the property damage is very minor that they don't come out. And even in that scenario, what they'll do is tell you to go online, and you can fill out a report online that will still be an official report from their office.
Yeah.
So besides that, what should we do at the scene? Should we be taking photos? Should we not be saying certain things? What do you do in a situation?
Definitely want to take photos. If it's a car accident of both cars, so your car as well as the other driver's car. If it's a pedestrian or cycling accident, make sure that you get pictures of where it took place, the driver's car that struck you.
Is it a good idea to grab your neck and yell really loud, "Oh, my neck, my neck," in front of witnesses? Is that a good thing? No?
I'll bet no, right?
Yeah, I would say you don't want to overplay it, but want to, if you're injured, you want to make sure that you tell the police that you are.
Mark,
Because
Gina
a lot of times what we see is people at the scene don't feel pain because they're in shock. And so the police will say, hey, were you injured? And they'll say, no, I don't think so. And then that gets put in the report.
Gina carries one of those neck collars in her car.
Just in case.
Just in case.
I don't know that that's a horrible idea.
Oh, my neck, my back. Oh, my neck, my back. That'd be more convincing than that.
Mark, I read somewhere that most pedestrian accidents happen when somebody is making a right turn because you pull out and you're looking left to see if traffic's coming and you're not paying attention to whether somebody's standing on the corner getting ready to walk.
I got into an accident that way years ago. I did exactly that. Looked left, made my right turn, and rear-ended this old man and his wife. It was totally my fault. And now
I hope they had the advocates.
For years, I now I look left, but before I complete that right turn, I check again on the right because I know what it can happen.
Yeah, I would say 90% of our pedestrian accidents are that. It's the person that's turning right. It's just like you said, Gina, you look left, and then if it's clear, you go, and you don't realize that someone's coming towards you on your right.
Yeah, pedestrians, other cars.
Bikes, any of that.
Well, so if you do get into one of these scrapes, call the advocates, right?
For sure, and like we've said on your show before, we're happy to talk to anyone that's been in an accident. Even if there wasn't injuries, we can give you free advice on what you can do just because insurance companies aren't easy to work with.
Yeah. 801-355-5550 if memory serves. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And Mark has told us that he's often the guy assigned to answer the phone between like midnight and 6. So if you can wait until 3 o'clock in the morning and call, so you can wake
Yeah, I'm
Mark
usually on my best at 3 or 4 in the morning.
I'll bet. The advocates, you guys do a lot of good work for people. And it's the state of things. It's the state of our world. Don't think you're suing somebody and you feel, I don't want to I don't want to sue somebody. And you're just dealing with insurance companies, really, right?
Right. That's a great point because we hear that all the time. People that say, hey, I know they didn't mean to hit me. It was an accident. I don't want to go after them. But we're not going after them. We're going after their insurance.
Yeah. All right, Mark. Thanks very much.
Thank you, guys. Have a great week.
All right. Talk to you later. Okay. Traffic, Gina, please.
A friend of the program says big time backup, I-15 from Woods Cross to about 10th North in Salt Lake. Thank you, whoever sent that one in. We have a crash, US 89 at Country Road in Fruit Heights. We have a crash northbound Redwood Road, 61st South in Taylorsville. That's affecting the right lane of traffic. And whatever you're seeing, you can text it to us, 33986. X96 welcomes the Wasatch Reptile Expo to the Utah State Fair Park on April 30th through May 1st. Text the word snakes, 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 to 33986 now to win tickets. This is See a Lizard is the last line.
See what?
You can go see a lizard.
Oh, see a lizard. Oh, okay. I thought that was your NPR name.
All I can hear is the advocates in the background.
Oh, okay. I don't know why.
How about now? Bill's at home. He's got COVID.
Yeah, all I can hear is
that's
the
a that's a COVID thing, Bill. That you can only hear the advocates.
There we go.
That's a symptom of COVID.
Oh, he didn't hang up his wife. Okay.
I thought that's what I thought it was their phone system.
Yeah, he didn't hang up.
Put me on hold.
All right. Let's see. Coming up, right after these, we have Frank Christ Presents They're Fine, Just Fine. Coming up.
Right.
You could win tickets to see Wet Leg.
Mm-hmm.
Good band. And that's at the, where are they playing?
Let's see, Wet Leg at the Depot, September 13th.
So a good venue as well. All right. So call 877-602-9696. It's the number to call to win tickets to see Wet Leg. It's a very easy game about death. Coming up. Stand by for that. All right?
So up at the Christmas tree farm.
Okay.
It's a farm. There's fields and you know what's in fields?
Mice. Field mice.
And I warned my family.
I have theme music for the Christmas tree farm,
okay.
by the way, just so you know.
I warned my family, up here, you have to close the door, like immediately when you walk through it. Because there are mice that hang out by the door waiting for you to open it so they can come in the house.
They camouflage themselves. You can't see them.
They're disguised as doormen.
There's no way that they can fit through any little cracks or anything. You have to close the door.
And my little farmhouse there is immaculate. It is spotless, which means it was very apparent to me when it was not spotless anymore, and I found evidence of a mouse, and I freaked out.
Evidence of a mouse.
It was his poop?
Poop?
Yes.
Mouse poop?
Scat?
Yes. So
droppings?
Yes. So clean them up, and my husband said, "I'll set some traps. And we'll get him. We'll get him." Well, that was a couple days ago that he set the traps. Now I am heading up there as soon as we get off the air here to go meet Zero Res because
this is not a commercial, by the way.
No, it's not because I need the place.
Because of a few mouse droppings.
Yes. Yes.
Why don't you just get a flamethrower?
But what my point is,
or a cat.
Yeah.
Joe set the traps with peanut butter. That's what made me think of this. Because they like the peanut butter. So, but he set the traps and left, and now I will be the next person to go back to the house since the traps were set. So there's likelihood that I will encounter carnage of some sort.
And the smell of such carnage. Because they sit for a few days, they start getting ripe.
So this is what my afternoon holds.
This has been on your mind and bugging you all morning.
Yes.
Worrying you all morning long.
And what do I do? And if it's there, I don't want to touch it. But I can't leave it there. You can, okay, get a shovel. If you're going to throw away the trap, are you going to throw away the trap? Yeah.
Oh,
I think. I don't know. I don't want to separate the mouse from the trap.
A lot of people, you can reuse them.
No.
You know, I mean, if you're brave enough, you don't need to do anything, wear gloves or anything. Just wash your hands thoroughly when you're done. But just release the little critter into the garbage and then...
See, this music is all idyllic, and that does not pair with what awaits me.
This is the idols of nature, Gina. This is what it is.
All right, let me see if I can find here. This is the new farm music then.
Okay.
New farm theme.
Well, Gina, maybe you can appeal to the. Why don't you be the weak damsel who doesn't know how to deal with things like this and say to the Zero Res man, because I'm sure it'll be a man.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't know how. Oh, and he'll say, "Oh, I'll take care of it for you, little lady. Don't you worry."
My stars. What?
Yeah.
I'll faint on the couch.
The damsel in distress. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're not willing to get a cat, you're not willing to get a cat.
No.
Then you need to call the rat catcher and get one of these traps that I have, 3 of them set up in our backyard.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen rodents for a couple of seasons now.
Really?
They're this poison bait inside. It's made so that only a rat or a mouse can crawl into it to get to the poison bait. So it's safe for the animals.
Dogs can't get to it.
Dogs, even cats can't get into it. I wonder about Bunny. I don't think Bunny can fit in that because it's like it's a real curve to get to where the poison food is. And they go and eat it, and it doesn't kill them right away. It kind of slowly kills them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure it's excruciating if that gives you any
Oh,
pleasure.
well, no, I mean, I don't want to be mean about
we
it.
we just had the rat catcher out back a week or so ago, and already I've found a carcass.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It's not a rat. It was a baby rat. It's not full grown, but it was a baby. So it works.
Here's what you're going to have to contend with, however.
What?
As long as there are fields around that place, there are going to be mice in that house. Unless now, here's the solution.
Cat.
You and your you continue your real estate holdings, your greedy developer holdings, and you buy up the farmland that's around and pave it and put up a convenience store.
There you go.
Oh, so I pave paradise and I'll put up a parking lot. How about that?
Exactly.
Cat'd be easier, but yeah.
But the cat, you can't leave the cat there
No,
alone.
I can't. We don't live there full time.
That'd be
so I
fine.
can't.
Cats are fine.
So you will have that problem.
There's an owl that lives in the tree outside,
He
which
gets
is
a
real.
few.
Yeah, I would think he would take care of it, but
Well, play the damsel in distress and say,
Okay.
"Oh, Mr. Owl."
Oh, could you please?
I'm sorry, I only eat all-day suckers. The ones with the Tootsie Pops in the center. It's all I eat.
Was there an owl doing
Would
it?
you like to know how many licks it would take to get to the inside of a Tootsie Pop?
With an owl
3.
tongue, yes.
3, I discovered.
Do owls eat Tootsie Pops?
Yes.
Don't you know the classic commercial?
I don't remember that. No.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to
Really?
get to the... Let's find out. 1, a 2, a 3, crunch, a 3.
I don't remember that.
I don't know how you forgot it. Classic.
That music can mean only one thing. It's time once again to welcome the Radio from Hell celebrity Grim Reaper, Frank Christ himself, to play the game we're calling Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Good morning, Frank.
Good morning. How is everyone?
Well, Bill has COVID, Frank. I don't know if
I think I have just a touch of the coronavirus.
A little bit of the sea, eh?
Yes. I'll be fine, Frank.
I'm sure you'll be fine, but I'll be monitoring your situation.
Well, thank you. Now, we're going to play the game Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Right. Do we have a contestant ready to play the game?
I believe we have Taylor is going to play. Taylor?
Hi, Taylor.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going well, thank you, Taylor, except for I have just a little bit of COVID.
Just a touch.
He's
a
fine.
spot of COVID.
He's just fine.
Just a spot. Now, Taylor.
1 foot in.
Yeah, right.
Oh, jeez.
Thanks a lot, Taylor.
I'm just kidding.
I know. Now, Taylor, have you heard this game?
Yeah.
Okay. So you basically know how it's going to go. I'm going to read 4 different names of some people who are notable in history. And 3 of these people are okay. They're, as Frank says,
They're
fine.
just, I've never met them.
They're just fine. But one of them, Frank has reaped and taken away. And if you can tell me which one that is, you'll win our prize, which is what?
Tickets to see Wet Leg at the Depot, September 13th.
All right. You ready, Taylor?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Here we go. These 4 people, are all women who have won multiple Olympic gold medals, and just in various sports and at various times, okay? A, Bridget Fischer is German, and she won medals in canoeing. B, Larissa Latinia. She is from the Soviet Union. She won medals in gymnastics. C, Fanny Blankers-Cohen, Dutch. She won track and field medals. And Debbie Meyer, American, won in swimming. Now, I've left something out I should go back and tell you to make it fair for you, Taylor. Bridget Fischer won her medals, now this is A, in 1980 to 2004 in the games in that period. B, the woman from the Soviet Union won her medals between 1956 and 1964. C won her medals between only one game, the 1948 Olympic Games. And then D, Debbie Meyer, the 1968 Games only. So which one do you think has gone to the beyond?
It's going to be quite the guess. I'm not going to lie. This is all dangerous sports we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's probably every sport. B.
B is your guess?
Or did you say C?
Yeah.
What did you do?
B.
E is in boy or C is in cat?
I think you meant C.
You might have said C.
I think it was.
I might have said C, yeah.
Well, if you had, you'd be exactly right.
Oh, okay. I'll take that.
Fanny Blankers-Cohen, a Dutch track and field star, died in 2004.
Fanny was fast, but not fast enough.
That's right.
Fanny was fast.
All right,
Old
Taylor.
Fast Fanny, they called her.
You know, Frank, I don't know if you're aware. You've got so much on your plate.
Oh, God, I'm exhausted.
The one, now I'm hearing really loud music. It's okay.
Hang on the line. We'll get your Wet Leg tickets for you.
I don't.
All right.
What were you saying, Bill?
I can't hear you because I'm hearing a song. There, now I'm not.
No, you shouldn't have been. What were you saying?
Frank, you might want to consider Larissa Latinia from the Soviet Union. She's 87 years old, so...
Oh, I've moved a lot of the Ruskies up on my list.
Good, thank you. All right. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you.
That's hard when all of a sudden.
Again, you shouldn't have been hearing that, but you.
Yeah, I know. So it's an odd situation because I have to be at home right now. Because I don't know if you've heard, I have a little bit of the just a spot of COVID.
A smidge.
Just a scooch. Just a
skosh?
A skosh.
And it's only a skosh because you're vaccinated and boosted.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doubly boosted.
Yeah. And now, because I have a little bit of COVID, it's like having another booster. So when I'm fully recovered from this, I'll be invincible.
Well.
Yeah, that's the sound of invincibility there. What's that sound?
You know what's a horrible sound? When you're on an airplane and you hear that sound.
Oh,
You're like, oh, that's awesome. Great.
Well, is when you were gone on Friday, Gina, so Carrie and I are doing the show, and it's 9 o'clock, and there's hardly ever anybody out in the cantina.
Mm-hmm.
But I was out there, and the only other person there I thought was Dave, but my back was turned to Dave, and I just heard this enormous sneeze.
Great.
You know, like just a big, wet sneeze.
Thank you.
Now, I was far enough away from, even if I wouldn't have got, probably bothered me. But as it turns out, it was Dave, and he has allergies.
But still.
Yeah, you go, oh, God, who did that?
You know, if we were all wearing masks, you see what happens is when that sneeze, that surprise sneeze catches up with you, it catches it. It keeps it.
It helps.
But let's not.
Well, but I've seen people sneeze and pull their masks off before they sneeze.
Don't
I'm like, no, that's why you're wearing the mask, to catch all that stuff in there.
It mainly protects other people.
Yes.
But if you're wearing one, it protects you a little bit too.
All right. Well, we will take a break. We will be back. We've got your big boy news and opinion window coming up. Stand by for all of that. UtahAdvocates.com.
The advocates, yes. Well, you heard us talk to Mark earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If your life has been turned upside down because one of those accidents we've been talking about, if it wasn't your fault, the advocates can and will help you. They've done good work for our producer, Katie.
Mm-hmm.
They've helped other people in the office as well who have been in accidents. We're kind of an accident-prone group, actually.
And as the weather warms up, people are just out doing more walking, riding their bikes, taking their dogs on walks. All of those make it for possibility for being a pedestrian involved in an accident. If you've been hit by a car or something like that, you can call the advocates. It doesn't cost you anything up front. The money that they get to pay for their services comes out of a settlement for you.
Yeah. No out-of-pocket money is what Gina's saying there. So call the advocates, 801-355-5550. And if you've been in an accident, they'll help you. You deserve an advocate.
Let's go to, did you say Jennifer, Katie? Is that who that is? Jeffrey, sorry.
Hi, Jeffrey.
Hello.
What's up with you today?
So I just was rather interested with saying it was Hobbit Day, and it's like September 23rd. Oh, yeah, that is Bilbo and Frodo's birthday, isn't it? But the calendar is wrong. The Shire calendar is actually off by a few weeks from us, if you actually go into that.
I had no idea,
The
but thank you.
Shire calendar.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Shire calendar.
And I made a point of looking into this simply because I got into a habit of reading Hobbit and Lord of the Rings every year on what would be the anniversary of when Bilbo takes his adventure to the Lonely Mountain.
And when is that?
I want to say that would be April 25th Shire calendar, which is, I believe, something closer to April 15th.
Can I ask you, Jeffrey, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
I do have a wife, actually.
Really?
We've been married a little over 5 years, and we got together as a result of board game night.
That's
That
not
makes
surprising. That's not surprising.
I'm glad you have each other.
Well, Jeffrey, thanks for being a friend of the program. It's wonderful to hear from you, and thanks for enlightening us about the Shire calendar.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you later. It's nice to have Jeffrey out there to get us that information.
That is handy.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. See, it is 9:20 right now. We do have big boy news and opinioendo. Brought to you by...
Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming summer semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
Devin Nunes, the former Republican congressman from California, who now heads the social media startup backed by former President Donald J. Trump. It's called Truth Central.
Truth Central.
It has brought in two former aides as officers in the company. The roles for the two former aides, Kasia Patel and Scott Glabe, were reported by Trump Media and Technology Group in a corporate filing last week in Florida. Mr. Patel was listed as director of the year-old company and Mr. Gable as general counsel. The filing also lists Donald Trump's eldest son, Don Jr., as a director, along with Wes Moss, a financial advisor and a contestant on Mr. Trump's old reality show, The Apprentice.
All of them are there to rearrange the deck chairs.
I guess. God knows. Jeez. What a
Good luck
gang
with
of
that.
fools.
Yep.
On Monday's episode of the Howard Stern show, he began discussing the developments in the trial of Johnny Depp versus his ex-wife Amber Heard. And Stern is apparently in a Team Amber. He said the reason he wanted that on, he wanted it televised, Johnny Depp's testimony, was that that's what narcissists do. They think they can talk their way out of anything.
That's true.
He said, I think Johnny Depp is a huge narcissist, and what I mean by that is he figured, I'll put this on TV because I'm so persuasive, and because I'm so smart, and because I'm such a wonderful guy. Robin Quivers added, I'm a great actor. I can act my way through anything, you know. Right, said Howard, and I'll play you some clips from the Johnny Depp trial. If this isn't acting, I mean, he's so overacting because he's writing his own material as he goes along. And it does sound pretty overdramatic, a lot of the stuff that you hear. Well, this Under the Banner of Heaven, it's going to shake things up here a lot.
Here in town.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of people
I know
upset about it.
Mormon Twitter is already.
And as I said earlier this morning, Mormon Twitter and Mormon people that will be upset by this, try being Catholic. Thousands and thousands of TV shows and movies that it happens to everybody.
You poor Catholic.
No, I'm just saying it's nothing unique to you.
So this is the New York Times part of their review of Under the Banner of Heaven. It says they do this thing every toward the that says what to watch this week on TV. The first 2 episodes arrive Thursday on Hulu. John Krakauer's non-fiction masterpiece, Under the Banner of Heaven, came out in 2003, and it has seemed ripe for a TV or movie version ever since. It was first optioned back in 2011. The book traces 2 stories. One, the biography of Joseph Smith and the founding of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And the other story, the 1984 murder of a young woman and her daughter at the hands of her Mormon fundamentalist brothers-in-law. This vivid 7-part adaptation created by Dustin Lance Black adds a third fictional arc about the mainline LDS police officer, played by Andrew Garfield, investigating the whole thing, the murders, and also his understanding of his own religious traditions. Heaven is among the best cast shows in living memory, and moments of it can feel so alive they almost hiss.
Ow.
Wyatt Russell embodies gregarious menace as the dangerous, eager leader whose slide into narcissistic fundamentalism dooms almost everyone around him. Garfield's tragic naivete, he's the detective, curdles into sour wisdom, and his boyish charm drains right before our very eyes.
Sounds
I'm not
really
sure.
good.
I'm not sure I've ever seen another show that captures so perfectly how people can simultaneously be exactly like and nothing like their own families. Much of Heaven is set within the Lafferty clan. And this is true, the Kennedys of their corner of Utah, other characters explain. They were in that neighborhood down there in Utah County, they were just
royalty.
The best. Yeah, they were royalty, yeah. The Lafferty boys were handsome, all of them were athletic. They were an Orthodox family of Latter-day Saints with a cruel father, a faithful mother, and a gaggle of adult sons and their wives and broods. If you get Succession vibes from watching an enraged old man humiliate his desperate for approval children with a helpless Culkin, in this case Rory Culkin, as Samuel Lafferty looks on, well, you're not alone. It will remind you of Succession. It goes on, but that's a pretty glowing.
That's a glowing review. Yeah,
I'm anxious to watch it. I read the book when it first came out, and I'm anxious to watch.
And then here's another one. I don't know how this will be, but boy, these are all the rage. It's time for the next piece in the story behind Waco. Paramount Plus is doing a series, American Tragedies Waco, The Trials. Production has filled out the cast. It will star John Leguizamo, who will be back to be, I guess this is a second part. He was the ATF agent Jacob Vasquez, new to the series actors David Constable, J. Smith Cameron, others. And apparently this is a pretty good series, too. The first season in 2018 followed the tragic and unbelievable story of the Branch Davidians and their leader, David Koresh. You remember all of that. Well, this is the second part of it, and I guess people have been waiting for that to come along. Tulsi Gabbard is demanding that Mitt Romney retract a tweet accusing her of treason, and she sent him a cease and desist letter.
Well, he's not doing it anyway. So what is?
She demanded that Ron. Well,
what does he have to cease doing?
Go back in time and stop it.
No, she wants him to take it down. Take the post down.
Well, that doesn't sound like free speech.
Which it was a March tweet in which Mitt Romney alleged that she was parroting false Russian propaganda and that her statements were treasonous lies, as he put it. Gabbard, a Democrat who ran for president, sort of, in 2020, recently sent the Utah Republican and former television personality Keith Olbermann cease and desist letters over their statements asserting that Tulsi Gabbard was parroting the false Russian propaganda. Her treasonous lies cost lives, Romney said. Gabbard said last week on Fox News' Tucker Carlson that Romney's and Olbermann's statements create a chilling effect where people are afraid to express their views.
Well, then she should send her letter to Elon Musk.
When powerful and influential people basically threaten and intimidate people into silence, as Mitt Romney, Keith Olbermann, and others are doing, they're hoping to achieve that effect. That if anybody dares to speak out against the government, that if anybody dares to criticize whatever the permanent Washington establishment narrative is, you'll be smeared as a treasonous traitor. Boy, it sure sounds like she's been muzzled.
Yeah, Disney would like a word.
Romney's office has declined to comment on the matter.
And what was the threat? How was she
Yeah.
threatened?
I mean, this is the thing, is that when they...
Well, when you accuse somebody of treason, that's pretty, you know.
But they would think nothing of accusing the other side of treason, and it's okay when they do it, but when somebody else does it,
Well, anyway, she thinks it's hurt her reputation.
No, you're crazy. Is what has hurt your reputation?
Let's see.
One more.
Okay. This is a nasty guy. A regular at a Tooele bowling alley was caught on camera stealing prize money. According to the probable cause affidavit, security video showed Casey Sullivan taking $2,089 from a locker at All-Star Bowling on April 17th. An officer viewed the video and saw Sullivan take a container with the money and a bowling ball from a locker and then head into the bathroom. The container was later found in the bathroom garbage can, and you know what? It was empty.
Well, of course.
There was no money in it. The officer visited the bowling alley the following day and took Mr. Sullivan into custody, where he confessed to taking the money and spending it to pay off bills.
All right. Weather.
I know Bill keeps thinking it's going to rain, but it's not.
Sure looks like
It's not going to rain.
It looks cold, too.
No, and it's warm. 75 for a high today.
You see, those clouds will work like a lid on a pot, keeping the heat inside.
Next chance for showers will be Thursday. So, Bill, if you see clouds on Thursday, then you're right.
These are rain clouds here, though, aren't they?
No, they're just clouds. They're not hurting nobody.
Thank you. 9:31.
Win $1,000 with X96. Another keyword is coming up.
How did you woo, or how were you wooed by your current spouse? How did you know they were, quote, the one? Thank you for considering my question.
It was the neoprene bustier. That's how I knew.
You should tell people about them. Don't just say that.
That's how I knew she was the one. It was the it was the neoprene bustier she was wearing. I went, yeah, she's the one. Yeah, that's the one right there.
We were at a live studio audience up at the Einstein's Bagels in Olympus Cove.
Mm-hmm.
And she was there with her friends. I have to credit Artie Fufkin, actually.
Really?
Because I sat there and Artie overheard me. And I was like, yeah, I want to go and ask her out, but I just. And what was great is that she just didn't care. She was having none of it. She was tired. She was dragged there by her friends. She didn't care. And Artie said, well, you know what you do. You pass her a note.
Like in school.
Like in school. Yeah. That's immediately what I said. What, like in school? He goes, yeah, pass her a note. And I did pass her the note. This is I know this is weird, but if you wouldn't mind, get coffee later.
Check this box.
Yes or no? She still has the note.
Really?
Yeah. And it kind of went from there.
I was single at the time, and Mary Claire, my mother, said, "Well, are you dating anybody?" "No, I'm not dating." "Well, are you? Are you talking to anybody?" And I said, "Well, I've kind of been emailing with this guy from college
for a year."
And she said, "Joe Jones?" She totally plucked his name out of the air, and I said, "How did you know?" And she said, "'Cause he was the best looking guy you went to school with." So Mary Claire knew he was the one before we ever went out on a date. We went out on a date and we were married 3 months later. It was, I guess you could say it was a year of wooing via email.
It took 3 months for his divorce to be final, right?
That's another story.
Maybe you can talk to Elena, Nurse Elena.
Who is it?
Elena.
Yeah, Nurse
Elena.
Yeah.
How are you, Helena?
Oh, can she not hear?
Hello.
There she is.
Okay.
Nightingale College. We're going to talk. You should talk specifically to Gina about this. Why don't you just go ahead?
Why are you directing this at me?
Yeah, well, did you look at the title?
Yeah, why are you directing this at
Would
me?
you please talk to Gina about this, okay?
You know, I think we can all benefit from this.
Thank you.
But especially, and what she means is we can all benefit from this, but especially Gina.
We're talking with Elena Wood from Nightingale College, and she's sent us some information headlined "How to Start Working Out." Now, to be fair, Bill, you're right. I have worked out in the past, but maybe right now I haven't been doing it. So, Elena, how do I get restarted?
This is a great question. And, you know, this time of year is really fantastic to get started again or for the first time. Just the weather's so nice, so it's nice to be outside, nice to be a little more active. So a few tips here.
Okay.
First, check with your doctor. You know, be in close contact with your medical care team. Make sure your body is ready and able to go.
I usually have a doctor standing by when I work out.
Or I can get a doctor's note that I carry around and say, my doctor says I don't have to work out. Maybe I can get that. No?
No.
I don't know if they do that.
Okay.
What's
So
next?
tip is to ease in.
Mm-hmm.
Start where you are. Do what you can. If you haven't worked out in years and the first thing you do is a boot camp that promises to make you throw up, you might not want to work out next week or tomorrow or whenever it is.
Yeah.
So you don't have to go all in right out of the gate. You can just start slowly. I like starting slowly.
You sure do.
It's good for you. So, on that same note, the next tip is to maybe start with walking. For a lot of people, walking is incredibly accessible.
Yeah.
It's fun, and it has a super low dropout rate, which means that people who walk typically walk for a vast majority of their lives as a form of exercise, that is.
Yeah, I know members of my family go walking at least once a week. You know, they use it as a social. They get together, sisters and so forth, and they get together and go for a walk at least once a week, and it's also just very helpful for them to do it.
Yeah, and that actually is one of the tips to get your friends and family involved. It gives you accountability. It helps it be a little bit more fun, so you aren't dreading necessarily starting that workout program.
Yeah.
And like I said, you've got accountability. So if someone is waiting for you, you're a lot more likely to follow through.
I like to, Gina, and this might work for you. What you do is you put a like you have a starting point, and then you know where the ending point of your walk is, and you make sure that somebody has put a big dish of ice cream there. so
that's perfect. That will work. That will work great.
I'm walking to the 7-Eleven to get an ice cream sandwich.
Yeah.
And then walking back.
Yeah. That helps.
Which might be a good segue into the next tip, which is to give yourself time to recover after you work out.
Yeah.
So whether it's taking a day off or it's doing some stretching or just gentle activity that you enjoy, rest and recovery is a critical part of this whole exercise regime that you need to do.
I'm just a lot better at the gentle activity. I need to work on the
I'm good at recovering. I've been recovering since my last workout 10 years ago.
Gina's what we call an indoor enthusiast.
Yeah.
And, the CDC recommends 150 minutes a week, which translates into 30 minutes, 5 days a week. So it doesn't have to be this 4-hour adventure on Saturday. It can be something short, something simple. And the 30 minutes don't even all have to be at once.
Okay.
You can do 10 minutes here, 15 minutes there. Just split it up however it works best for your day.
Oh, that's interesting. I always thought it had to be in one block of time, but 10 minutes here or there, I can do that. Anybody can do that.
Yeah, it makes it a lot more accessible. Doesn't sound as intimidating if you can do just a little spurt here and there.
Now, do you have some websites to recommend people look for more information?
I certainly do. So a lot of this was pulled from the CDC website, and it's just the Adult Basic Activity Index, which is a gorgeous name for a website, I know.
It's sexy.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you can find out more information about Nightingale College and their incredible programs at nightingale.edu.
All right.
Thanks, Elena.
Thank you, Elena.
Well, thank you so much. Have a great day.
I'm going to go recover.
Rest, gentle recovery.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Elena. I come from a long line of indoorsmen. Yep. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Stand by. Stockton 12 Honda.
Well, the people at Stockton 12 Honda, if you go out there and are shopping for a car, and I've been there many times, and I bought a couple of cars there, you will see that the people who work at Stockton 12 Honda, for the most part, I think they're energetic, they're happy, and very friendly. And the reason that they have a good attitude is because that comes from the top, and their general manager, Shane Parrish. People at Stockton 12 Honda like working there. And I think you'll like the service that you get at Stockton 12 Honda. Because they like their jobs, they are able to serve you better. Now, Stockton 12 Honda knows that you are busy. They will respect your schedule and your busy life. They can cut a lot of the red tape. When you buy a car, sometimes that can be onerous. Well, it doesn't have to be. Stockton 12 Honda, they're in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy.
Did you have some emails of interest?
I have an email of interest here. I think it's of great interest. It says it's an email of interest right in the subject line.
Now, see, that's the problem that I have with it, is that the writer has determined it's of interest, and we are the ones who determine if it is of interest.
I looked through. I think it is.
Okay. Email of interest.
And it came to us via radiofromhell@x96.com. Anyone can send us an email of interest. There's another one here. It's not so interesting, but this one, an email of interest. It says, Dear, good morning, lords and ladies. Given these silly times, I've taken it upon myself to take Bill's advice of turning to the Great British Baking Show for solace, and I can't recommend it more. I also couldn't help but find correlations of my unknowing best friends, Radio from Hell, with the show, Great British Baking Show. So there are correlations. First one, number one, Bill. Bill equals Paul Hollywood. Not much of a surprise there, but all candidates are clearly over the moon with the guy. You see why it's an email of interest, of course. Any hint of approval, especially the Paul Hollywood handshake, is very reminiscent of Bill's Once Upon a Time. I'll give you a hearty handshake, a firm handshake. Bring candidates and viewers alike to tears. We all just want Bill to accept us, and it's a high bar. Number two, Gina equals Prue. Now, Prue is the lovely older woman who's Paul Hollywood's co-host and baker.
Judge.
Okay.
Yeah. Prue, obviously, she urges the candidates on, encourages them to reach their highest potential, but will still question certain missteps. She smooths out Paul's rough edges when she feels that the candidate is upset and just makes everything okay. Gina makes everything feel okay, but is not hesitant to step in when something isn't right. Just like Prue.
Nice.
And number three, Carrie, equals Noel. He keeps everything moving. He cuts in at exactly the right time and keeps everyone's morale up. He's clearly an improv pro and lets no innuendo be unaddressed. Carrie is an absolute genius, it says here. I've been listening to Radio from Hell addictively since 1998, and I cannot imagine life without you guys.
Aww.
Love, Tawny.
Nice.
That's nice.
Email of interest. Thank you, Tawny. All right.
Have a sponsor to read quickly.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
All right. Now, you had a couple of lists there.
I do. Your choice of lists. I have creative ways to leave a bad date early. Or the greatest opening lines to songs.
Well, I plan on doing some dating when I get over COVID. So
Yeah.
You want that
I
one?
have a feeling the dating one might turn into an X poll, though.
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Well, let's see.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Where the songs one is just more, here they are.
Straight ahead list.
Yeah.
But we could do this and maybe bring it
Okay.
back for an
Well, let's see.
So you a lot of times blind date, first date, you don't know how it's going to go,
Boy, don't I know it.
and then you're sitting there going, I don't think I can do this for the whole time.
I
How
have
do I
had
get
so
out of
many
it?
women say that to me. I don't think I can do this for the whole time.
So first suggestion of ways you can leave a bad date early. Have a wardrobe malfunction.
Oops.
I'm sorry, my pants fell off.
Or, I've spilled wine. I'm so clumsy. I've spilled wine all over myself. I have to go home and...
Well, you should slip out of that dress then.
I can't possibly continue this date with this wine. all over.
No. I have extra dresses in my closet right here.
I've got to go. Pretend to be drunk. Oh,
I don't have to pretend.
I've had one too many. I'm so embarrassed. This has gone to my head, and I just like.
Oh, well, I better drive you home.
Oh
then.
no! I have.
I
my
can't let you drive.
My friend is coming to get me. So
far, these are not.
No.
No, and if I wanted to get out of a date, I don't have to pretend to be drunk.
Boredom can kill a date.
Yes.
No kidding.
Be really uninteresting.
You've never had a trouble with that.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Don't ask questions. Give one-word answers when they ask you something.
Like let's do an example. Like, ask me some questions. I'll give you one-word answers. What question?
So, what was your childhood like?
Bad.
Oh, that's
No, because bad opens the door.
Yeah.
You just go, normal.
Okay. How about this? Start crying.
Oh, that would be good if you are good enough of an actress or actor to pull that off.
Just start crying out of nowhere. This will be really awkward. Your date will surely show some concern and ask what's wrong, but you don't have to say anything. You don't have to share a reason. Yeah, just say I'm not okay. I've got to leave.
Hey, you make that noise.
You sit down at lunch or dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you glance down at your phone and say, I'm so sorry. I just got an alert on my phone. I have this other thing I was supposed to be at, and it's very
that's rude.
important. And I'm really sorry. I have to go.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this one I have to confess, I did with Carrie Jackson on my first date with my husband.
Oh.
This says if you're not sure about someone you're going on a first date with, have a friend drop by the restaurant.
Which we did.
If you need to be helped, rescued, have a code word, and the friend will come and say, "Oh, I'm so glad I saw you here. There's this emergency that I need. You've got to come with me right now."
Now wait a minute. If you're dating going on a first date with someone that you even suspect might be that awful, why are you there in the first place?
Well, you don't know. You don't know.
You've only been talking online. You don't know.
The first time you're together.
Mm-hmm.
You were just worried he was going to be boring. You weren't worried he was going to gonna
For
take.
whatever reason that the date might need to end.
I'm talking about your specific. You were just worried he was going to be a bore.
No.
Right?
And what was funny is when Sue and I arrived, she was like, "Get out of here. Let's go. Let's get out of here."
What could possibly have? I just don't understand that.
If it's the first time, because you don't know what it could be. It could be.
What? So what were you worried about? What it could be?
I don't know.
It doesn't. That just doesn't make sense. If it's so. Oh, never mind.
I just got back from this anti-abortion rally.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know.
Yeah,
You don't know.
that-
You don't know.
I'm just not going out with him again.
I can stop the list here and tell you the story of my worst first date.
Okay.
All right.
So my mom set me up on this date with one of her friends. Said, "Oh, I've got this guy. He's a great guy, and Gina should go out with him." Okay. So the guy calls me to set up the date, and we said, "Okay, we're going to meet at this restaurant." And he said, "You'll know me when you see me because my face has been burned in a horrible accident." Now that sounds like a joke, doesn't it?
Now there's no way you could back out at that point, huh?
No.
No, you can't.
My face has been burned in a horrible accident.
Okay.
That's how you'll know it's me. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. And he said, and I'll be wearing a red polo shirt. And I thought, well, this guy's funny. I'm just going to look for the guy in the red polo shirt.
Yeah.
The day of the date, he calls me and says, "I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little late. This woman filed a sexual harassment charge against me at work, and I had to go meet with HR." Again, I'm thinking, this guy's hilarious.
You're making this up.
I swear to God. So I go to the restaurant where we're supposed to meet. Oh, and by the way, I had a friend that I said, "I don't know this guy. Would you please walk by?"
But now he's late, so the timing is off.
So I get to the restaurant, and there is a guy sitting there in a red polo shirt with a horribly disfigured face.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, that was real, and I'm not going to let that throw me. He could be a very nice guy, and so I sit down at the date, and he proceeds to go into great detail about this sexual harassment charge against him. That was not a joke.
Didn't it occur to you that if he was not lying about his disfigured face, he was also not lying about the sexual harassment, and you could have turned around and walked out the door?
But I didn't want to be the kind of person that walked out on a date because I think that's his thing. Like, you don't want to go out with me because I'm disfigured.
Because of my face.
No, I don't want to go out with you because you have confessed to sexually harassing people.
Sounds like you're a creeper.
And so my friend, my male friend that came to walk by and see
You
if
beat
the
him
date
up?
was okay. No, I oh, and I waved, and he thought I was giving him the signal like
Everything's
fine.
So you got to work on that signal.
And so I'm like, okay, well, I can just finish this date and be done. And so at the end of the date, the guy was like, "So when can I see you again?" And I said, "Well, And he said, "It's my face, isn't it?" No. It's not your face.
No, your face is hideous, but it's not that.
It was horrible.
You're a creeper.
Horrible.
So did he ever bother you again?
He called me repeatedly, and but it was bad.
In other words, harassment.
Yeah.
Is he in jail?
I don't know.
I'll be the one wearing the red MAGA hat. You can find me.
There's more to the list here.
Well, we got to do the promo and get out of here.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, it's National Pretzel Day. I got to go celebrate.
You're not going anywhere.
No?
No.
Oh, that's right. I have COVID.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Okay. I won't then.
I'm saving this list because there's good stuff. We
Okay.
can do more of it tomorrow.
Sure. All right, let's do the promo. Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
At 6:45, Things That Must Go is happening. That means we need your must goes. So send them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Of course, there will be more happening on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
Why did that sound like a question?
I don't know. I'm Ron Burgundy.
Because I was asking. Of course, there will be more. There will be more.
Of course, there will be more.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Fanny's fast, but not fast enough.
Marcy is next.